Unified School District to order. We are going to start off today with roll call. Rosie.
Thank you, Mary Beth. Mary Beth.
I'm here.
Thank you. Freya.
This is a microphone check.
Thank you, Freya. Sophia.
Here.
Thank you, Sophia. Kimberly.
Here.
Lisette.
Here.
Catalina.
Here.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rosie. Catalina, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Could I get a motion and a second to approve the agenda, please? So moved.
Thank you, Kimberly. Thank you, Freya. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. Thank you. It passes 5+1.
Okay, moving on to recognition. So tonight, we want to recognize Freya McCammett, our outgoing board member. Freya has been on the board for 12 years, so we thank her for her service. It is a long time. Aw. And she's done so much for the board. To start, I just wanted to share a personal story that I think about Freya when I think about all the good things that she's done. When we were running for office 4 years ago, we were actually running against each other, and she reached out to me and offered to sit down and talk to me about school finance, and she did. We sat down and she told me all I wanted to know, all the questions I wanted to ask when we were running against each other. So I always thought, thinking back on that, I always thought that was so nice, because in the beginning I didn't realize how intense, the whole thing was. And so for her to do that to me meant a lot. And that to me kind of shows the heart that Freya has. And I just wanted to share that story. And we wanted to share a few things from the board. We have some flowers for you, if Dr. McFetridge should grab those. And we also have some goodies for everyone. And we thought we might take a little break here after the flowers and have
Should
cupcakes.
we do the flowers? We also have a comment on this.
Yeah, I think we'll do flowers, and then we'll do some comments, but know that there's cupcakes that we're going to do later.
Now, it's Selena, Jean, and Kelly who tell me grab it by the vase and not by the flowers.
The Freya fan club is here. Okay, we have a few more comments about Freya. I want to start by, I think Joan Detler wants to come up and say a few words. She is from Josh Becker's office, and she would like to recognize Freya as well. Let's start there.
Thank you, and good evening. Thank you for inviting us here this evening. And Freya, I am here not only on behalf of Senator Becker, but also Assembly members Kevin Mullen, soon to be Congressman Kevin Mullen, and Assembly member Mark Berman. They asked me to come on their behalf and present this. And it's not a secret in Sacramento that even during the best of times, school board trustees have the hardest jobs in a government agency. And COVID ramped that up exponentially. And the work that you all did in these past few years has been remarkable. And you do it without a paycheck, but you do it for the love of the students and the district and the community. And that has not gone unrecognized in Sacramento. And it's very sad to see you stepping off of the board, but after 12 years, you've accomplished so much. And now that we know that you are a whiz at school finance, there's probably a role for you in the state legislature or as a staffer. So if you want to come and help out, we'll be happy to pick your brain. And I'm sure Sean wouldn't mind that either. So on behalf of Senator Becker, Assembly Members Mullen and Berman, I have this legislative resolution that was prepared in Sacramento honoring you and your 12 years of service. I will not read all of it, but I will read one of the key paragraphs, which does its best to sum up your 12 years of service. Whereas elected to the district's governing board in the fall of 2010, Freya McCammett has worked diligently to advance the district's commitment to provide students with a strong, well-rounded education, and during her 12 years on the board has assisted with the passage of 2 successful bond measures, 2 renewals of the original parcel tax, while advocating for the state legislation for fair and equitable funding for the district, all of which have contributed to the district's ability to provide high-level reading, writing, mathematics, and science instruction in its schools, attract and retain high-quality teachers and staff, and offer academic support to help prepare students for high school, college, and careers. Whereas the students of Cabrillo Unified School District have benefited greatly from the efforts of Freya and has made on their behalf, and her contributions are an example of excellence in public service. Therefore, be it resolved by Senator Josh Becker and Assembly Members Mark Berman and Kevin Mullen that Freya McCammett be commended for her exemplary record of leadership as a member of the governing board of the Cabrillo Unified School District and extend sincere best wishes for continued success in future endeavors.
Thank you, Joan. That's nice. Okay, I also have a comment, a written, typed-in comment, an electronic comment from Stacy Simon for you, Freya. This is what she says. She says, "I'm honored to be present electronically today to participate in the recognition of Freya McCammett, who has served on this board for 12 years. Freya and I were law school friends and study partners, and I personally witnessed one of our instructors refer to her as a genius. I couldn't agree more. Freya has a remarkable ability to act with common sense and compassion, as well as wit and intelligence, and I have no doubt that she has made a significant and lasting difference to the board, students, and staff of the Cabrillo Unified School District. Congratulations, Freya." And we have more. I would like to call up Mark Tholk. He also had something to say for you, Freya.
Okay, great. Well, I have just a couple comments from blood relatives of Freya. The first is from Cammie Tholke, daughter. She's here today. And I'll just read verbatim from what was given to me. "I am so proud of you for all you've accomplished and all the ways you've made our schools better, and I'm proud to be your daughter." Number 2, Iris Tholke, daughter. She's in Boston. She's listening in right now. "Hey, Mom. I'm sorry I couldn't be there for the last meeting. I miss you and I love you. I'm so proud of everything you've accomplished for the schools and for Cammie and I. I'll see you soon. Heart symbol." So that's Iris. Just 2 more comments. This one's from Howie McCammett, a cousin. He's currently in Hawaii. He's an astronomer. "Please tell Freya that she is selfless and inspirational. I really appreciate her public service, especially at a time when it is not that popular." And then lastly, for the comments, and they have one other thing, from Catherine McCammett, Freya's sister, who's was going to be here today. I'm not sure she is. She might be running late. "Freya, it is kind and caring people like you who make a better world for all of us. Thank you for putting so much of your heart and time and energy into our public schools. You have made a big difference.
So lastly, I'd just like to say, share two last things. The following people are listening in to this live stream right now in alphabetical order of their first name. Christy Oliger, a longtime friend of the family in Palo Alto. Christian Storm, a longtime friend of the family in Lafayette. Colleen Roach, also a longtime friend of the family in San Mateo. Colin Roach, longtime friend of the family in San Mateo. Coco Evans, niece, Los Angeles. Also Nathaniel, with Coco in Los Angeles. Daniel Seidel, a longtime friend of the family in El Cerrito. Jason Oliger, a longtime friend of the family in Palo Alto. Marianne McCammett, wife of Freya's late father. Lisa Schubert, sister-in-law, Los Altos. These people are all listening right now. Phoenix Kai, a friend from law school. She's listening from Denver. Actually, Phoenix was going to be here in person. In fact, she booked a ticket but had to cancel at the last minute due to some family issues. Stacy Simon, who we heard from before. William Tholke, a nephew in Berkeley. And then these fine people, if you could stand up, the supporters of Freya. Congratulations.
Wow, you're getting us some views, getting some YouTube views today. Good job, Freya. You know, maybe I should have had the board go first because I don't know if we can beat that. We've got another person, Judy McCammett. Would you like to come up? Woohoo.
My name is Judy McCammett. I am Freya's mom. And in the November 30th, 1970, she was born, and I rolled over and looked at her, and I said, oh, she's so beautiful, and she looks really clever, and she's not disappointed me, not once. I would like to just briefly say that she's done some wonderful, wonderful things, one including going to Washington, D.C. and working for a group called From the Ground Up in the inner cities of Washington, D.C., and many other wonderful works that she was involved in. But what I'd like to do this evening would be to just, I don't break out into tears, please forgive, I will read one of her poems about this town and its people and the ocean. So bear with me. Maybe I won't read the whole thing. It might be a little on the long side. Every day is Earth Day. The wind blows cold and the leaves rustle. Pears begin to form small, hard, red fruit someday. Apple blossoms still pink, but exploding to white. Pink, just the edges of the veins, delicate contours of the petals. My daughter returns, my iris, blooming here, where we have planted her with all the other coastal iris. Camilla plays her violin to revive a stunned hummingbird, a pink camellia peeking out from beneath the butterfly bush. It is our home. This swath of coast, south of San Francisco, north of Half Moon Bay, bordered by Montero Mountain and the Pacific Ocean. Coastal breezes blow strong. We harvest our sun for energy. We plug in our car, we recycle, we buy organic, we watch the birds outside. We gasp at glimpse of the whales that migrate north and south. Or we marvel at the pelican, its stately flight, knowing it prevailed against the onslaught of toxic chemicals sprayed by man. We applaud the ozone recovering, healing, we try to help. Renewables, efficient cars, clean air laws, wetlands, national lands, and parks, clean water laws. We celebrate the work of all before, yet we know there is more. Will we save it? This earth, this environment, our will it saves, or will it save us? A giant nature fix. It soothes our souls, it calms our nerves. We sense our humanity in its beauty. We sense our fragility in its strength, our humbleness in its magnificence, and we bathe in the light, breathe in the clean air. It is a gift. Yet hard-fought battles remain, are undone. The mercury from our coal plants, wasn't that 20 years ago we fought? And in a blink, a swipe of a pen, an administrative action, it is undone. Paris Agreement, climate change, a hoax. What more will be undone? When we don't believe the scientists, the news, they say this pandemic is a lesson, and I agree. I just don't know what it will teach. Will we follow the separation, the nationalism of closing our borders, defending the who, or will we rise above it all, seeing the humanity in every human, seeing the life in every living creature, seeing the beauty, the power, the spirit in our Mother Earth? I ask that question now from my front porch on this day after Earth Day, because every day is Earth Day. I know what I want the answer to be to you, the hummingbird that lands on the same tree each day, the black raven flying overhead, the bee buzzing around the flowers, and the wind rustling the leaves, the flowers blooming, the earth gently spinning beneath my feet, the air around me, the sun shining warm, the ocean lapping the shore. This is our home. Now, in a moment, one and then another, and forever, even if forever will never be seen by my eyes. I see the love in my children's eyes for the baby animals, the earth spinning green and blue, and I know it will persist. We will together heal because we care on this day and every other.
Thank you. That was wonderful. I just want to open it up to the board and to our administrators up here if they would also like to say anything to Freya before we have cupcakes. Oh, right. Freya has something. Lee, you go at the end. Yeah? I think you should wrap it up. Okay. Okay. Before cupcakes, Freya wants to speak to.
Well, I'll just chime in and just echo from what a couple of the speakers said, and just your care, Freya, has been so greatly appreciated, that like deep from the bottom of your heart, and it comes through in so many different ways through your beautiful poetry that your mom so eloquently read for you. And by the way, I think you guys could take it on the road. It's a good combination of the writing and the poetry reading. So now with your free time, and maybe you can help her out with that. And just, you know, as Joan referenced as well, it's not something you've been doing for the paycheck. It's just something that you've been doing for the greater good in terms of our community and the world beyond. So I just want to thank you for that, and yeah, wish you all the best.
I'll go. I just want to say thank you. I am fairly new. I just finished my first term. I don't think I'll do 12, but who knows, right? Just thank you for everything. Thank you for being so wise, being so inspirational, being so open and so willing to not only say how you feel and what is right, but allowing for someone like myself open up and feel comfortable also sharing my thoughts, because it's not just about the great things you said and how you handled it, but also how you were able to listen, and how just what an amazing and a wise woman. I remember when I started, I felt overwhelmed because half of the things you said, I'm like, okay, what's that word? I'm going to write it down. You speak so eloquent, and just the way with words, so I'm not surprised when I found out you went to law school. And you are an amazing woman, and thank you for everything, and I will keep in touch. Thank you. Thank you for everything, Freya.
I'll add my thank you, Freya. I will genuinely miss your just thoughtful demeanor and approachability on any and all questions. And the fact that you've served on the board certainly longer than any of us, but 6 years longer than Sophia and myself. As boards roll over and turn over, the culture shifts, and we don't have necessarily a collective memory. And even our superintendents don't have that collective memory. Many of our teachers do, that have been here for many years. And I just sincerely appreciate that you never gave up on the communications, and that it's still worthy to have genuine and heartfelt conversations. And so for that, I thank you. And I'm sure we'll all do our parts to try to continue that culture as the board moves forward. So thank you, Freya.
Okay. You want to say anything?
Yeah, no, I do. Certainly I do. I just want to thank Freya, you personally, for your commitment to the environment. As your mother so eloquently read your poem, and as you have embodied helping us create an environmental committee and a sustainability effort here that is established and as a platform and foundation for the work we've been doing the past few years, and your commitment to the people of the district, to its employees, its staff, its students, its families, to the coast side, and your commitment to the district through parcel taxes, through bonds, through questioning, contributing, pushing my thinking. I want to thank you for that. 12 years is darn near 25% of your years on this planet, it seems like. And so I said to Freya the other day, this is a significant emotional event. I think it is a significant emotional event for you, for your husband, for your daughters, for your family, for all the people here. It's certainly a significant emotional event for us, for me. And I thank you. I'm grateful, and I know that this community is indebted to your service these past 12 years.
You know, I just wanted to say one more thing that I forgot to say before, and that 12-year history has been very helpful to us. I mean, there have been times when we've been talking about something or changing, we want to change something, and she said, hey, this is why we did this in the first place. This is the history behind it, and it's really helped to make decisions. So you might be getting more phone calls, Freya, in the future for helping us. Right. You'll be within. Oh, okay. Well, we might be calling, because that has been very helpful, because sometimes to know the history behind what has happened or why decisions were made in the past has been very helpful, and none of us had that knowledge. So that was very helpful. If there's no one else right now, I'd like Freya to hear your comments. I'm very excited. Oh, Leticia.
Hi, so I just want to thank Freya, and similar to all of the comments, I want to say something different. Is the first time I went to the environmental committee, it just really opened my eyes of thinking outside the box of how to engage stakeholders and students. And I will take that and will continue all of the initiatives that you have started. And thank you for leading us. Thank you always also for thinking about our most at promise students and asking those questions and opening our minds on how we can better serve students. We will miss you.
Okay, Freya, bring us home to the cupcakes.
There you go. Yay. So I have never, in all my time on the board, written out my comments before, but I wanted to do this evening because it's my last board meeting, and I wanted to make sure that I said everything that I wanted to say. Of course, I'm already not reading them verbatim, so, that's just me. First, I want to say thanks to everyone for coming tonight. Thank you, Mark, for organizing all of this. It's just so incredible. It's such a surprise for me. I had no idea. I mean, a little bit of an idea, but that was just one little birdie, but nothing like this. And so this is just so incredible. I've got both my mother and my stepfather and my mother-in-law and my aunt, my great aunt, aunt-in-law and uncle-in-law, and I just, all these friends that I have known for so long through my children and their friends, but also through parcel tax campaigns and through someone who trained me to be an organizer when I was in college. And it's so incredible to see all of you here, and you definitely are part of my community. My brother-in-law, Todd, my brother, Jamie, I saw you slip in. There you are. So I just really, really appreciate everybody coming out tonight. And Mark, I appreciate your kind words tonight, but also in the op-ed last week, which was also a total surprise. This is not my natural state of being like, it's just not who I am, as I've said a couple times. But I still nonetheless really, really appreciate it. So thank you. And thank you to Joan and to the senator, and also for your work with Senator Hill before that as well, and for the assembly members as well. So please send them my appreciation for that. I appreciate that. And to my fellow board members, thank you so much. And to Sean and Leticia, I really appreciate everything that you said and the time that I've spent working with all of you. So I want to say thank you to my family, my husband for a surprise letter in the review last week and his continued championing of my successes. And to my children who have put up with all my campaigns and meetings over the years and didn't get what they wanted out of me being on the board, which was to allow our cat, Pinocchio, to be in the talent show at Farallon View. But unfortunately, that was not in my control as a board member. So I am particularly proud of my work with the parcel tax and bond campaigns, my openness to meeting with teachers, staff, and community members over the years, and truly listening to their concerns, my advocacy for improved facilities, raises for our hardworking staff, and my continued reminders that we look at the whole child, honor different types of intelligence, and engage all children through projects, art, music, and anything that makes learning fun. I have learned so much over the past 12 years about state funding, budgets, curriculum, campaigns, our community, and how districts function. I have had the pleasure to serve on the Career Technical Advisory Committee and with Lizette Cortez and student leaders to establish our district environmental committee. Here are a few ideas that have guided me over the last 12 years. Listen to everyone with kindness, compassion, and an open mind. Speak up when it is necessary. Act for what you believe, whether it is as part of a campaign, a volunteer opportunity, or your life work. Show up, because sometimes that is all we can do when it is hard and we don't know the outcome, but we show up and try our best. Learn something new every day. And I learned this in part from my daughter's kindergarten teacher, Miss Linda, who is just a wonderful teacher. And follow your bliss. Do what you love, what inspires you, what moves you to action. I have tried to lead by the philosophy as quoted by Lao Tzu, a leader is best when people will say, we did it ourselves. I hope that I have succeeded in that endeavor. My definition of success is best summarized by Waldo Emerson's quote, to leave the world a bit better, whether by a healthy child, a garden patch, or a redeemed social condition. To know that one life has breathed easier because you have lived. This is to have succeeded. I believe that I am leaving the district a bit better. I also wanted to wish my replacement, Carmen Daniel, success. Carmen is here in her new role on the board. She came to this community when she was 6 years old and attended Coastside schools. I believe that her roots in this community, her experience as a public school art teacher, and her role as a mother to 3 in our district will contribute to her success on the board. I truly appreciate her enthusiasm, and I hope that you will welcome her to this new role. So I just want to say thank you, one last, to everyone who's come tonight and the people who've come virtually, to Stacy, who I haven't heard from in so long, and Phoenix, and other friends who are out there in the virtual world. And thank you to all the voters that have voted for me over the years and all the people in the district that I've worked with, including other board members, superintendents, teachers, staff, parents, and the students. It has truly been my honor to serve our whole community in this role.
Well, we gotta make a motion in a second to have cupcakes. Is there anyone else that wants to talk? I'm sorry, I meant to ask earlier. I don't want to leave anyone out that would like to say nice things about Freya. Okay? Okay, we're gonna let's do a 7-minute break. Is that good? I need a motion in a second to take a break, please.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Sophia.
Second.
Thank you, Kimberly. All in favor, please say aye. Thank you.
Okay, let's eat. Freya Fan Club. Thank you all. Good job, Freya. It looked like you raked it in. Way to go.
YouTube views are through the roof.
Yeah, and our YouTube views should be up there. Good job. Okay, we're going to get back to business here. We're going to move on to communications section of our meeting, and the first thing we have is public comments. First up, I have Mark Rozoff. You want to go? Okay. Monica Rozoff would like to go first.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for your time. The reason I'm here is to talk about a pretty difficult subject. I'm here to advocate for student safety at our schools and to ask you guys to consider updating some of your policies relating to safety. The reason that I'm here to speak about it is because our younger son, Samuel, was assaulted at the school on the homecoming day. I'm not going to go into lots of detail, but I am going to share that it happened right in the middle of the quad. It was unprovoked, it was premeditated, and it involved punching to the head and strangulation. And I will invite you all to hold your breath for 30 seconds later and see how that feels, because his attack was longer than that. And I know because unfortunately the attack was also captured on video. He had the video of his own attack within 20 minutes of the attack happening. So one the important parts, he's doing better, and we're recovering. But this happened right in the middle of campus when he was walking from 5th period to 7th period, just walking from one class to the other, and he was dragged into the bathroom. And the way that the school found out was when I heard at my work, and I was informed by my son and my older son what had happened, and I had to call the school. The school had no idea this had happened at all. And so we took our son to the emergency room. We filed a police report. I informed the school that we'd done both of those things. And we didn't hear from the school or the administration at all the whole weekend. And we had to call the school on Monday to find out when we were going to meet to figure out what we do to get back on track with Samuel. Nothing. And just one other important detail about the whole incident in the bathroom was that it was the D building, boys' bathroom, with the door open, like I said, during school hours. And the video is very, very upsetting, not only because of what happened to our son, but because there was a gaggle of boys watching the video. There's even video of boys taking more video of the whole thing. No one tries to stop it. No one tries to help him. No one goes and calls for help. No one says, "Sam, are you okay?" afterwards. The video just shows how everyone's it's very normalized. And that video is around, so I can email it to you guys, and you guys can take a look for yourselves. But what really, really shocked us about this was how this doesn't seem like it's something out of the ordinary for the students. And that's why we thought it was important to come and speak with you. We spoke with Sean. We've spoken with the administration, but the fact that this was just sort of normal. We found out that this was one of 3 serious incidents that happened that day at the school. It's unacceptable, and it's really like at this point we're at a point where the safety of our students doesn't seem to be something that can be guaranteed. And there's some staffing and policy issues that Mark will hit. But I would ask you to really reflect and hold your breath. I tried. It was really upsetting. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mark Rozoff.
Well, hello, my name's Mark Rossoff. And just to be clear, this attack occurred at the Half Moon Bay High School. I don't know if that was clear. I have two sons. One is Sam, he's a junior, and the other is Jeremy. He graduated last year from high school. I would like to continue with this comments about this attack. As you can imagine, it was very disturbing to us. One thing I'd like to point out, and it was brought up when we were speaking with administration, that they're going to increase the surveillance cameras in the quad. And I would just like to say that surveillance cameras will not stop an attack. They just document it. So what we really need is better staffing, more staffing. And I asked myself, you know, I've heard we're having trouble attracting teachers, attracting staff. You know, why wouldn't we be able to attract staff and teachers to the school? I mean, it's a beautiful location. We have a great community. So the only thing I can come up with is that our pay is not competitive. So I urge you as a school board to do what you can to pay the living wages, pay enough so we can attract staff, to have full staff and full teachers. And I'd like to remind you that really what makes a school is not the facilities, not the buildings. You know, I see we're spending 23, 25 million to upgrade two schools, and I'm not saying they don't need upgrading, but what we really need is teachers and staff. That's what makes a school. It's not the facilities. And thank you for your time. Sorry. Being coached. And as Monica mentioned, looking through the school handbook, we didn't see anything that has any policy about recording videos of, you know, incidents and not taking action. And we think there should be disciplinary action for people that just sit around, record it, post it immediately on social media. I mean, that has, not only is it not doing anything, basically turning your back, but it's almost aggravating the situation for my son to see his attack on social media within an hour after he was attacked. I mean, that's just awful. Just think about it. And me as a parent, you know, I've seen that video probably 100 times. It's just really painful, and we need better policies, school policies, to change that behavior. Because as Monica mentioned, we can count at least 6 bodies from the video watching, including the person videotaping, and we can see other people videotaping in front of the person videotaping. So we really need changes in policies to prevent this behavior, change in culture, and that can only be accomplished through staff in working with it, you know, working with the students. And you know, simply having police around is not going to change culture. Yes, yeah, so, and that's the other thing. So the first thing our pediatrician asked us when we brought Sam to him was, has this been reported to Safe Schools? So that's an organization, and so we would like to see more transparency. We had no idea how much of this is going on. After this happened, we talked with our son. We've seen more and more incidents that this has been going on, and unbeknownst to us, and probably a lot of other parents. So we really ask that, you know, there's more transparency, that all these incidents are reported to Safe Schools. Okay? And thank you for your time and for listening.
Thank you for your comments. Next up, we have Erica Crane. Crine, with a smiley face.
That's my comments. I'm so sorry that happened to you. Sorry, I'm a terrible public speaker. So this has been, I'll do my best. So my name is Erica Crine, and I'm a teacher. And it's hard for me to stand up at these because I get anxious. But I'm here because I wanted to say thank you. I've stayed on the coast side despite my family pleading and it being fiscally irresponsible to do so. But I stay because I love the coast side, the CUSD community, the family, and the students. I'm so lucky to live at a place that's interconnected up and down the coast and focused on equity and families. Our new principal has been just amazing. She listens to the staff, the teachers, the families, the students. She's kind, reflective, decisive, and asks questions, and she asks for our professional opinions. Our PTO is super rad. They make a little Title I school feel like a family. They include all students and ask for feedback, opinions, and advice. They are involved in a whole district PTO alliance, which I just love. It's been for all kids, not just our school, but all the kids up and down the coast. I'm surrounded by people who care about children and what they need, and in turn, what the adults need to provide to them. I'm also here for Freya. She's been someone who's made a difference. Sorry. She's been someone who's made a difference to me and my colleagues from afar. At times, when the board meetings were long and contentious, especially during the pandemic years, I really appreciated her reflective, thoughtful tone. Sometimes just her kind face in the corner of the Zoom square made such a difference. She's made an effort a few times a year to camp out in our lunchroom and hear out the staff. The staff's woes, wishes, our big ideas. She didn't overpromise, she listened. She was kind and empathetic. Near the end of these meetings, she would give us ideas about the government level restrictions and reasons of the state level bureaucracy backstories and things we might not have known about because we're busy caring about the children and trying to do all of the curriculum and all the things. She cares deeply about the environment. I loved her focus and drive to get the kids and staff connected to this gorgeous world around us through the environmental committee and so many other issues and actions. I even wore my themed leggings because that is who I am. I know she's at the end of her board service, but I wanted to thank you for your compassion, your kindness, and as you served the students and staff and the community of CUSD. So to Freya, Aaron O'Connor Brown, the PTO up and down the coast, thank you so much, especially our EG staff that you'll hear about, the staff, school, and community that you'll hear about later. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next comment is from Doug Machado.
Good evening. Thanks for your time. My name is Doug Machado. I'm a parent of two girls at El Granada, first grade and fourth grade. I'm a PTO board member, and I live 5 doors up from the school. The school holds an important place with me. It was where I enjoyed my first day of school over 40 years ago. So pretty much a lifer in El Granada. I want to touch on construction. I'm excited. I'm assuming we're going to pass phase 1 tonight and get going on that. I'm excited about that. A bunch of positives. There's a few things that I'm concerned that aren't in the plan, but I think that hopefully there's adjustments that can be made throughout the construction phase that we can make some adjustments going forward without huge cost overruns. You know, the entry gate at Francisco was a big one. We did the walk audit and it just didn't make it in the plan. Hopefully we can get that in before phase 1's over. You know, it's a big safety issue. It's something that we discuss frequently. I see some stuff in here, the budget, you know, $2.25 million for playgrounds, equipment, and fields. Maybe we can take some of that and create, even if it's temporary, an outdoor eating area for the kids. Right now, we can't do that. Apparently, the tables don't roll in and out through the doors of the MU. You know, that's a big one for the parents. A lot of parents have come to us and said, hey, what can we do? And just waiting for phase 2 is a long time, you know? So there's that. I think we need to relay to both parents and neighbors what the construction phases are going to impact. So construction hours, parking, I'm assuming there's going to be a workload of 40 to 60 at least. You know, where's parking going to be? We're already pretty tight there with the neighborhood, and you know how we're going to do drop-offs with construction going, and so on and so forth. And then moving forward, you know, phase 2. I think that phase 2 we got to do a better job as as gathering all the stakeholders and making sure that everybody's engaged and involved. Phase one, we didn't get a lot of information unless we asked. And there was not a bunch offered to us as either a parent or a neighbor. Many of my neighbors don't even know what's going on at the school because they don't have folks they don't have kids, so they just don't know. Looking at the agenda, so on and so forth, it's just not there. The agenda's there, but it's just, there's not information brought out to them, so that would be helpful. In closing here, I know I'm running out of time, I just want to touch real quick beyond construction. Right now, we have 37 students who don't have speech in the district. Taylor left, and there's 37 kids with IEPs who are not receiving speech right now. I'm hearing that there's a virtual speech therapist who has been in contract, and you guys are working on that, but I just don't believe that virtual is the answer. I know you guys are doing all you can do, and I've heard about staffing and offering more. Some of these kids aren't even speaking in class, and it's causing them, kindergartners who aren't speaking, it's a real rough start to get going. So, and there's 37 kids right now, no speech. So it's very important. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. That is the end of our public comments. Next, we go on to our employee organization.
We do have a couple electronic comments.
Oh, right, sorry.
Do you want me to read those?
We have one. We have one.
Two, I think.
No, the other one's 6, item 6.
Oh, okay.
I'm right. Say it. Say it. No, I'm just,
President Alexander is correct, yes.
I'm just joking. Okay, I'll read it because it's a short one. We do have one more public comment. I'm sorry, that came in electronically. It's from Mark Baldonado. It is about the traffic in the morning, bad. The comment is, have a bus pick up kids at Farmer John's Frontage Road, stop thousands, vehicles, congestion, and possible accidents. So that's our comment from Mark. Okay, now we're going to move on. Thank you for reminding me. We're moving on to our employee organizations report. First up, we have CUTA, Mr. Reardon.
President Alexander, board members, Superintendent McFetridge, district management. My name is Sean Reardon, and along with Claudia Lundstroth, we are co-presidents of the Cabrillo Unified Teachers Association. I would like to begin by thanking Freya McCammett for her 12 years of hard work as a board member. Thank you, Freya. The members of CUTA appreciate your informed, level-headed approach to leadership. Thank you again. And once again, I'm going to urge the board to consider, in the spirit of equity, to make these board meetings a hybrid format. I've heard from many people that they would like to be able to give in comments on themselves and not being able to have them read by board members. Well, at Tuesday's bargaining session, it was unfortunate to learn that the district will not be bringing a counter proposal to the compensation that the CUTA brought to the bargaining session in October. Putting it off until January is just far too long. Of course, school leaves and school safety are the two issues that we're also discussing, are very important to the members of the CUTA, but I think we all understand that the issue of major concern is the vital need to make Cabrillo Unified School District a more appealing place to work for new hires and for veteran teachers. New hires and long-term members are not looking for changes to leaves and school safety as they make decisions about future employment. They are looking at compensation and benefits. Putting these discussions off only makes retention and hiring more difficult as this drags on. I've heard from parent groups that the doom and gloom of a return to revenue limit funding is being brought up at site meetings by the superintendent. LCAP districts this year are receiving 13% more than they did in the 21-22 levels of funding. And as a basic aid district, of course, we have more money than those school districts. This fear-mongering, along with the slow district timeline to respond to the CUTA compensation proposal, foreshadows a return to impasse, fact-finding, and labor pickets. Please remember, the cost of impasse weighs heavily on the district. Could this possibly be avoided, this bargaining cycle? Please remember, the last two bargaining sessions did go to impasse. And in the end, the CUTA received compensation packages far in excess of what was proposed as a last best offer by the district. At the conclusion of the last fact-finding session, Superintendent McFetridge said that he will earnestly recommend this package to the board. CUSD has the resources to provide members of the CUTA and CSEA, as tradition holds, a sizable raise for the 22-23 school year. CUSD leadership, however, prioritizes high-level district management. This prioritization can be seen in the office space crunch at the district office. Is it possible that every available office, every space in a portable at the district office has been taken and that new high-level management has to be moved into teaching spaces at Hatch? Could it be that the district's emphasis on management has turned attention away from the needs of at-promise students and focus on the comfort of high-level managers? What can the school board do about this misallocation of teaching spaces? Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Next up, we have CSEA. Do we have someone? Okay, no one from CSEA. Next up, we have board members' report. I think Sophia is going to start, yeah?
Okay, welcome everybody. Excited to hear more tonight about the supports that we have in place for our English learners and our vision for that moving forward. So that's really been a priority for us, and I think that's an important conversation that we have on an ongoing basis. So this will be a really nice view for that. Also excited to hear more about our plans for our equity audit and our strategic planning process, because I think only through activities such as those, in addition to LCAP, which is a little bit bureaucratic, as we know, because it's a state requirement, but really having these systematic insights into what we're doing and how we do it for the students with the greatest needs, and that we really think holistically about the big picture. It's easy to zero in on one potential solution, but often when we do that, we miss what's right in front of us. So I'm looking forward to the strategic planning process for that, very much so. And I think it's just that too much in public education has remained as business as usual, even after our eye-opening experience during the pandemic and the aftermath that we're experiencing right now. So I'm hopeful that by continuing to put this kind of planning in place and our students at the forefront of all that we do, we can continue to make progress towards both equity and excellence for everybody in all our schools. Also exciting, we're preparing to move forward on much long-awaited construction at Farallon View and El Granada elementary schools. It really is imperative that we have safe, welcoming spaces for our students to learn and our employees to work. So I'm really grateful that staff is continuing full steam ahead on this front, amidst all the core educational work that they continue to do each and every day for our students. And I'm also looking forward next month to the budget update I know Jesus will bring to us at our December meeting, which is typically when districts start to get a better sense of forthcoming years. Of course, we know it's not really until May of the following year that we have a more solid sense, but I think we'll have a good start in December. And also looking forward to our board reorganization and welcoming Carmen to the board. And these two will continue with us, and we'll miss you, Freya. Hopefully you won't be too far, reading your poetry with your mom somewhere. So I think it's kind of part of our regular flow and our progress and our evolution together. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Sophia. Kim.
Thank you. I'm definitely looking forward to approving this evening, discussing and moving forward with all of the construction projects. This is really exciting. At any one point in time, we don't have all of the information, but I do appreciate that we still have opportunities to collect needs and identify disconnects and actually take corrective action as we're moving forward. Just kind of sidebar, when I started a new job about 3.5 years ago, I went to the first face-to-face with all my counterparts from different NASA centers, and I felt like we were building a plane, and I hadn't figured out what my job was, and they were telling us we had new procedures and new programs to roll out. And I'm like, but, you know, what, and in reality, 3 years later, I'm invited back to be that voice of, we're going to get through this, you know, reconnecting. And so I want to actually say to Doug Machado, thank you for your voice and conversation through all of this, because it's really important for us to hear it and to know what the perceptions are. And again, I'm looking forward to both El Granada and Fairlawn View and the renovation of both campuses. Second, it was such a pleasure that Joan Dentler was here tonight to celebrate Freya. And one of the things that I've had the pleasure of doing with Freya over the last 6 years is meeting with our assembly members and senators. And so we had, the last time before pre-pandemic, it was Assemblyman Berman and Mullen and Senator Hill. And Jones, again, bridging multiple senators now and working in Senator Becker's office, just this evening was sharing a snippet of Senator Becker working on the flipper district issue. Flipper district meaning we toggle between LCFF and basic aid, but we're not a rich basic aid. And even broadening the conversation, the knowledge of why we need full and fair funding for the state, it's because the Bay Area, every district is funded differently. And we don't all have the same base to start from. So it's comparing apples and oranges. And so the goal of those continued communications at the state level is because if we can fix it there, it doesn't mean we don't keep trying here locally, but the reality is we're not going to make it better locally by ourselves. We have to stay connected with these people. And I really appreciate, you know, Joan even mentioning to Freya, hey, come to Sacramento, give us a hand. The reality is that's where the bigger decisions that impact our children are being made. And please know we're not giving up on that either. So thank you, each and every one of you that supports our schools.
Thank you, Kim. Freya?
Press your hand. There. I got it. Okay. It's like connected. So real quick, I just want to let you all know I might have to take coughing breaks because I just have a little cold. I don't have COVID, but it is where I'm wearing my mask. So I apologize for that in advance, and I apologize for my little coughing a bit earlier, but I didn't want to miss my last meeting. And I am actually really way better. It's just that lingering cough. And not COVID, I've tested twice. So just wanted to let you know so it didn't scare anyone with my sound of my voice and my coughing. Just again, want to say thank you so much for Sean, for your continued speaking on behalf of CUTA and the hard work of all the teachers. And I wish that I was going to continue to be here to advocate for you, but know that I continue to advocate for you all in my heart and in this community. So thank you for all of your work. I really appreciate that. And I'm so sorry for what happened to your child. That must have just been so devastating. And I just wanted to tell you that I appreciate you coming and sharing, and I hope that there are longer term solutions. And I'm just very sorry for that happening. And I just wanted to say thank you again to everybody for the amazing appreciation. I have really, really enjoyed being on the board, and I feel like I'm going to leave it in my own terms and at a time when it feels right for me, and I know that the work will continue, and I just wanted to say thank you again. So, that's all.
Thanks, Freya. I'll go next because Lizette likes to wrap us up, and she does a good job of it. So I'm quick tonight. I just wanted to say, again, I say this every time, thank you for everyone for comments and feedback. I have been getting a lot of good feedback this year, although as we heard tonight, there's a lot of work to be done still. But it has been nice to see things kind of turn around. Things are changing over the last few years. So I just want to acknowledge the hard work of all of the staff at our school. I know everyone's working really hard, getting to that near the holiday, sprint at the end. But I just want to acknowledge that there's we've got a lot of staff working very hard, and we're seeing changes, and we've got a long ways to go, but we're seeing the changes, and I've been getting a lot of good feedback about things that were problems in the past, and I hope we continue to move forward and change things for the better. That's all I have, and I'm going to turn it over to Lizette.
Buenas noches a todos. Voy a empezar en español por el simple hecho de que ese es mi idioma nativo y también por el hecho de que más de la mayoría de los estudiantes en este distrito son latinos descendientes de padres que hablan español o ellos hablan español como el primer idioma. Como siempre, gracias a los que están aquí, gracias a Josefina por siempre estar disponible para la traducción. Ojalá con tiempo y con las relaciones que queremos formar con las familias tendremos más participación. Entiendo que son juntas muy difíciles para quedarse toda la noche. Diré que últimamente las hemos estado terminando en una buena hora. Antes eran pasado de las 12 de la noche y todavía estábamos aquí. Sepan que siempre están bienvenidos para venir aparte o a una parte donde están interesados para abogar o dar sus opiniones y no porque hablen otro idioma se tengan que limitar o se sientan con ese derecho de que no pueden venir a abogar. Como siempre están más que bienvenidos, por favor vengan. Y voy a decir que lo único que yo estoy de acuerdo con todo lo que han dicho mis compañeras. Lo único que quiero agregar que me dio mucha alegría y mucha felicidad es ver la ceremonia de reclasificación que tuvimos esta semana aquí en esta escuela, inclusive en este mismo cuarto. Y gracias a todos los maestros, todos los maestros que estaban aquí, porque no nada más es importante lo que hacen con los hijos de nosotros en el salón, pero es tan importante ver sus caras, ver que vienen aquí a apoyar a nuestros hijos, ver a todos estos maestros que estuvieron aquí solamente para felicitar a los alumnos y también para darle una cara a esa voz que a veces nosotros los papás no sabemos o no tenemos idea quiénes son los que nos están apoyando en las escuelas. Muchas gracias. También muchas gracias al superintendente, a Leticia, a todos los que estuvieron aquí, al señor, ay, Dios mío, Israel, sí me acuerdo de cara, soy bien burra para los nombres. A Israel, muchas gracias por estar aquí, muchas gracias por todo ese apoyo, porque ese es un gran ejemplo de cómo estamos tratando de formar una comunidad con los padres y con las familias, y de una forma u otra empieza. Era una ceremonia súper simple, pero muy significante. Los papás vinieron con corbatas, con comida, muy alegres, y muchas gracias por esa ceremonia. No nada más estuve aquí como miembro del distrito, pero esa noche estuve aquí como mamá. Mi hija también se reclasificó, muchas gracias por todo. Segundamente, quiero también decir que estoy tratando de seguir los pasos de Freya, que me está involucrando más y más en esto del comité para ayudar en el medio ambiente y para ser más ecológica. Y muchas gracias, he aprendido muchísimo y son zapatos grandes que voy a tener que tratar de llenar, pero no los voy a hacer solos porque ella sabe que siempre la voy a estar buscando. Y por último, gracias a la compañera Freya por los 12 años de servicio y por todo lo que ha hecho y por toda su paciencia y su forma de ser, y también en muchas formas por guiarme a mí y apoyarme cuando yo empecé en la mesa directiva y no tenía ni idea de lo que estaba haciendo. Muchas gracias por todo. I said I usually like to start in Spanish, not only because it's my first language, but also it's in respect for the fact that more than half of the district's children are from Latino descent, and either English language learners or parents are first language is Spanish. So I just wanted to say thank you, and I wanted to say thank you everybody for being here, and just continue to advocate and let the families know that our meetings are not as long as they usually are. They're doable, But I just want to welcome everybody and let them know that if there's anything that they feel, thank you to Josefina and to Rosie for their ongoing efforts to translate and make these agendas in Spanish available. So hopefully, as we straighten our relationships with the community and the families, hopefully they will become more involved. It is, we want all the same for our kids, but the way we go about it is very different. So thank you for everything that you guys do, and just welcome anybody to share and be part of the meetings and advocate for your children or give input on anything that you feel is pertinent. And I also want to say I'm sorry for what you guys are going through as parents. As a parent of the district, not because I'm a board member, I'm completely, I'm saddened. I'm really sorry for what you guys are going through, and thank you for being here and being the voice for your child in a very respectful and very meaningful way. Thank you. I also wanted to share that I was part of this reclassification ceremony that we had in this very room. And I wanted to say thank you to all the district staff and the administrative staff, because being in this district, there are a lot of ceremonies that there are not a lot of administrators that show up. So seeing that is very meaningful, seeing how flexible everybody was, and just being here and being present. I also want to thank the teachers. Thank you so much for being here. I was not only a board member, I really didn't come as a board member, I came as a parent. So my daughter was able to reclassify, and just seeing all the teachers and seeing how the other parents were able to put a face to those teachers who really supported their children and helped them throughout this journey of reclassification is very, very, very important, very meaningful. It was a very simple but very impactful ceremony. They came, they all brought something, it was a potluck, and then afterwards they stayed, and they were able to connect with the teachers. Maybe the parents didn't speak English, but the kids recognized you guys and went over and said thank you, and that's so important. There's so many times where kids are recognized, but when we turn around, we don't see the teachers, and that's one of the things I always appreciate about the teachers, just showing up, even though sometimes you understand that language is a barrier, but showing up because it's so impactful. So thank you for doing that, because that night was a very a true example of creating a community with the parents and the district. Thank you. Also want to say hopefully I can help and continue the efforts that Freya started with the environmental committee, and to all the great teachers and everybody who's trying to do this and take their part and do their best that they can in their school sites. I will be calling you Freya. And just thank you for everything. Thank you for being so welcoming. Thank you for, in some ways, also guiding me and supporting me as I started my term as a board member and not knowing what the heck I was doing. So thank you for everything.
Thanks, Lizette. We have Catalina up next with our student board member report.
Okay, so I'm just going to read off what all the principals gave me. So for El Granada, we have been busy at El Granada Elementary. We have had our own very own pumpkin patch on campus. We celebrated the reclassification of 9 students. We enjoyed Halloween festivities in our own Halloween parade. We created our first annual school-wide ofrenda and hosted our annual fund run last week. Monday we'll be walking to school on Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day. Stay tuned for tonight, the presentation about El Granada. At Fairlawn View, October was a very fun month at Fairlawn View Elementary. Our second annual outdoor movie night was a success. Family enjoys food from Moonraker while watching The Addams Family 2. Our Halloween parade proved to be frighteningly fun as students showed off their costumes. On the 1st of November, students placed photos or mementos of deceased loved ones on our school-wide ofrenda in celebration of Dia de los Muertos. Students in grades K through 3 have replaced their summer garden vegetables with winter veggies in our outdoor garden beds. Looking forward to another fun month of growing and learning this November. At Hatch, during the past month, Hatch has had a lot of fun activities. We've had our reclassification ceremony with over 20 students reclassified. We are proud of their hard work. Hatch and Los Listos students have had a fun Halloween parade where over 560 students were parading around campus at once. Later on that week, many classes created altares for Dia de los Muertos to celebrate our loved ones who have passed. Mr. Ogario's class made a large altar in their class, and other classes were able to visit and hear his students present about their different aspects of the altar. Hachi visited TK and kindergarten classes to get students pumped for the jogathon that happened today. At Kings Mountain, had an amazing Halloween parade with accompanied music, and they learned all about Dia de los Muertos. Today, we created stone soup and welcomed families to stone soup performances and shared delicious stone soup with all. The HEAL program produced pumpkin buds and volunteer tuition drive with a success, almost meeting its goal. At Cunha, our fall sports came to an end: volleyball, flag football, and cross country. Winter sports are starting up the second week of November. The Cunha leadership class put on several events leading up to Halloween that were a resounding success. Friday, November 4th, was the annual staff versus students volleyball game that took place in the gym. Parent-teacher conferences were held at Promise students for November 1st through November 3rd. Most importantly, the first quarter came to an end, and 300 students at Cunha made the honor roll. Certificates were distributed in science classes by Cunha administrative team. I did not receive one for Half Bay High School, but this is what I have seen going on. We had Socktober, which was a huge success. We got like over 1,000 pairs of socks that we donated to Coastside Hope. We have tournaments coming up, including a dodgeball tournament and a soccer tournament. There has been career panels during our advisory period every month or so. I think there's another one in December, and those have been a big success. Winter sports are starting up. Unfortunately, we did lose to Terra Nova this year, but football will be playing in the playoffs against SI. There's cross-country CCS, volleyball CCS, and tennis CCS that are all occurring or have occurred. And we had 99.7 Now visit us, I think 2 weeks ago. That's all coming from a student perspective. I did not receive something. At Pilarcitos, we had a fun Halloween celebration with incredible artistic pumpkins carved. We also got to decorate the district's own haunted house, the old building in front of the district office. By the time of the board meeting, we will have a WASC visitation, and we'll be looking forward to a preliminary accreditation. We have been welcoming new students into Pilarcitos and enrolling Half Bay High School students into the course-based independent study classes. At La Costa, following the approval of BOE of the new policy regarding the high school diploma for adults, the program is up and running with 2 students enrolled, with several waiting for transcripts to come before they begin. Our LCAS booth was at both the Pumpkin Fest and as well as the Make It Main Street for 2022. We look forward to being back at such community events in the upcoming year. Registration is always open, so anyone interested should go to the La Costa Adult School website or call them. At Los Listos, they had a fun celebration walking in the parade at Hatch. Children visited the district office and got treats from the staff. Teachers are busy finishing observations from the first quarter, desired result development profile, and are going over scores to make sure curriculum will address the areas that showed low scores. We started our parent engagement events with visits to the library, and we had high attendance, and all the students were given a book and their library card. And that's it.
Thank you. Superintendent report, please.
Thank you very much. A lot of it's been said. I do want to say and echo what I heard, particularly from Lizette. The Cunha reclassification in this room a couple weeks ago was very well attended and was inspiring, and I got to go to a Farallon View reclassification, a smaller scale, but nonetheless very sweet. And I think this talks about the importance of the presentation that Dr. Bhatia and Mr. Castillo will present tonight on English language learners and what we've tried to present to the board and public about our need, our imperative to work on continuous improvement on how we help English learners become bilingual, multilingual. I think what was so important to me when I was in this room with the Cunha reclassification is thinking about the fact that we think, oh yes, they've arrived, they've learned English, but then thinking about, oh my gosh, they're speaking two languages, predominantly English and Spanish, when certainly I don't do that well myself, and they are better speakers, more bilingual than I am. So I think that's just so impressive. And I think we should always look at this from a skill and capacity and a growth mindset as such a positive thing. What a wonderful thing it is to be on the coast side in such a diverse place culturally and linguistically. And I think that has a lot to do too. We'll hear from Dr. Bhatia tonight about the equity audit. It is just a timeline and sort of a methodology because we wanted the board and the public to know sort of how that's proceeding, and we'll look forward to more of their findings in the 2023. I did get an opportunity to go to the El Granada PTO meeting, thanks to Doug Machado for meeting with me a couple weeks before that and talking about some of the concerns that you'd spoken to. And I did have a follow-up visit to Erin O'Connor Brown on Tuesday. So thank you, Erin. We got to talk about that, and I've gotten to speak to Annette tonight and know that her dreams of having a early childhood education sort of area together on that campus. And so I just want to say that I look forward to the next steps we take toward discussing modernization for phase 2. We know there's more work to be done. Phase 1 was what was prioritized by this board in 2021. And I want to thank Erin Jobson for being here tonight from QKA to present later. I'll sort of MC it with Brian too from Studio W, so we can look at that. I'm looking forward to that. But I do want to thank Brianna, Doug, all the folks on the El Granada PTO for having me in last Wednesday, asking me hard questions, listening to somewhat dissatisfying answers at times. There is more to be done, and I look forward to us doing it together. I did get to go to a big lift meeting at the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative today in Redwood City with Dr. Bhatia, with Rosalva Segura, Graciela Krabenschmidt of Los Listos, of course, and Migrant Services, Danielle Robles, the assistant principal for Hatch, and May Clark, the executive director of Coastside Children Program. And I was just so impressed by what this county has been doing with Big Lift. I have continued to be grateful to our educators for being open and working full-day kindergarten and full-day transitional kindergarten. We're currently exploring full-day preschool also. We know it's something that working families need. We know that if we're going to reach the goal of the Big Lift, that all students are literate and proficient in reading and grade level by 3rd grade. We need not just quality of program, but quantity of programs. So I thank the early childhood educators and the leaders of this district. It was really brought home to me because Halloween, Dia de los Muertos, is we're both celebrating Halloween, more whimsical holiday, and then honoring Dia de los Muertos is a cultural significance about honoring nuestros antepasados, our ancestors. To see the young children come in from Los Listos in the kindergarten classes from Hatch to district office meant a lot. I do want to remind people that it is Native American Heritage Month. You will be seeing banners all over our campuses. Plus, you may, if you go to campuses, see land acknowledgement signs acknowledging that we are on unceded ancestral territory for the Ramaytush Ohlone. So those signs exist. They are printed on metal, so they are there for perpetuity. We want to remind people, much like you do in other areas on the coast, that this is unceded ancestral home of the Ramaytush Ohlone, and I think it's important for us to acknowledge that land acknowledgement. And also you'll see on the consent calendar, Ruby Bridges Day, Walk to School Day is November 14. I think I've said this in the past. I had the great opportunity to meet Ms. Bridges at one point. In my last district, we had a school named after her. Really an important role model of someone who was able to help desegregate schools in the South in New Orleans. And I think it's important for people to recognize this, and we do this in the board. And I know visiting Erin O'Connor Brown the other day at El Granada to see that there was a flag on campus to acknowledge the walk and roll to school functions and Ruby Bridges model was very important. I do want to, as we acknowledged Freya and her great contributions and role model here in the district for the last 12 years, I do want to, again, voice my gratitude, as I did earlier, and I do want to welcome Carmen Daniels as a new board member representing that part of the coast and that trustee area. And I thank you for that. I thank you for agreeing to serve. I want to thank Lizette Cortez for continued service and stepping up to serve again, as I do with President Mary Beth Alexander, who is ending her term as president. I'm very grateful to work for all these women who are so committed to this district and to this community. And I think you're all fantastic role models to us all, and particularly giving and honest and truthful to me as your employee, and I thank you for that. I'm humbled to be able to serve here. To the Rossoffs, I know we met a week after the incident with your son, and as we said then, I'm very sorry that this occurred. I do take to heart that student safety is something we need to be committed to. We are working on raising the rates for our campus supervisors because we recognize that we are trying to recruit campus supervisors. So Mark, I want to thank you in particular for bringing up the idea of staffing in that regard. And we have spoken to James Barnes as coordinator of student services, and also to Andy Boysen as principal of the high school, and met with them last week to discuss also the idea of your idea and recommendation, which we agree wholeheartedly, that we need to do more culturally with students to let them know that being bystanders is not appropriate. And if they're in a bathroom and if they're videotaping an assault, a fight, someone being hurt, that's not great. And so we will continue with counseling, discipline, restorative practices. We are looking at Link Crew as potential opportunities for us at both Cunha Intermediate School and at the high school, by which we could have student leadership and have upstanders instead of bystanders. Now that said, I do want to acknowledge your son's concern and yours, and say it is ours as well. I don't think I need speak more. There's a lot said in these meetings. When it comes to negotiations, I just want to say that I'm no longer on the negotiations team for the district. We have changed our negotiations team. We look forward to continued discussion and sharing the information we have. Personally, I'm happy that Mr. Contreras is back with us, and we were meeting today with the business services team to discuss the continued analysis on what our multi-year projection looks like. And I look forward to that being presented in December. And at such time, I think people will understand the position and the stance of the district. They may disagree with it. Hopefully they will learn to understand it. I certainly know there are many truths in the world. And to my colleague, Sean Reardon, I acknowledge and I hear and I respect your truth. And I hope that you will acknowledge and hear and respect our truth. There are many truths in the world, but I do take to heart that I wish things were different, and I wish that there was more, couldn't give enough. Yeah, and so I think in December, you heard some about this in August with our budget sort of outlook. I think in December, you'll have a trued up look at that, and I'll leave it at that. And with that, I'll close and say thank you. And again, Freya, congratulations to you.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving on to the consent agenda. I'll make a motion to approve our consent agenda. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mary Beth. Thank you, Sophia. Mary Beth?
Aye.
Freya? Sophia?
Aye.
Kimberly? Lisette?
Aye.
Catalina?
Aye.
Passes 5+1.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving on to general business. The first item is El Granada Elementary School presentation.
Tonight we have Miss Erin O'Connor Brown, and we're very lucky. She has, she's a parent,
She was a teacher here, and now she is our amazing El Granada principal. Thank you for being here and sharing a little bit about El Granada. I want a shout out for all the El Granada staff and family and community that came to support.
We feel very well represented. And I'm just full transparency. I was a teacher for 18 years, and I'm really good at speaking in front of students and still struggle with adults. So bear with me, I'm learning in my new role. Good evening, Dr. McFetridge, members of the board, district leaders, esteemed CUSD staff, members of the community, El Granada family. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you, Freya, for your years of service. I know you as a mother. I taught both your daughters as a community member and as an esteemed member of the board, and you've always led with grace and dignity, and we will miss you. I'm so honored and excited to be able to share with you tonight a snapshot of El Granada Elementary. Let's see if I can figure out the technology. Go, friend. I might have. I pressed it and then it vibrated and then it didn't want to do it again. I know Rosie does not want to hear me every 5 seconds say, next slide, please.
Oh, you got it? Yeah, I felt it. It was working. Do it one more time.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
There you go. So thank you. That one.
Okay. So here's our agenda. We're going to give you an overview, talk about our data, look at some preliminary dashboard information, look at our enrichment learning opportunities, and some of our SIPSA glows and grows. So as you can see from these beautiful smiling faces here, we are a diverse school community that fosters the academic and social development of each student. We're a fabulous community, and I'm so proud to be a part of this school. We are a dolphin nation. Cupcake the dolphin is our mascot, who has an alter ego with us tonight. And we swim with the dolphins, which means we are safe, we work hard, we are inclusive, and we make good choices. So this is our district-wide PBIS initiative. This is our mantra, and it guides our behavior principles for our students. Our current student enrollment is 320. Last year, our enrollment was 308 students, and as you can see in the graph here, this is a breakdown of our student population. So last year, we had 98 English learners, 0 students in foster youth, 3 youths experiencing houselessness, 6 migrant education participants, 45 students with disabilities, and 145 students experiencing financial instability in their homes. I know my terminology doesn't exactly match what it shows on the screen, but I really want to look at our students as an asset-based and not a deficit, so that's why I'm using different terms. So we're going to take a look at some data from the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress, or the CASP test, which was administered last year to all of our 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade students in May. It's important to note that due to the COVID-19 pandemic, this is the first time that the CASP data has been administered since 2019. The CAPS data shown here in the following slides is from DNA Illuminate, and it is reflective of our current 4th and 5th grade students. This is preliminary data, as the dashboard is not going to be released until December. With your permission, I would like to jump forward a few slides. I mistakenly put my breakdown before my overview, which doesn't make very much sense. So if you're okay with me jumping forward a little bit, I would like to do that. So if you look here, we're looking at our overview for our English language arts data. As you can see from the infographic, last year, 35% of our 3rd and 4th graders met or exceeded the standard on the English language arts summative assessment. while 65% nearly met or did not meet the standard. There's no way around this. This data shows we have work to do, and we are committed to do it. That said, we are not alone in this. After the pandemic, many schools are going to see very similar trends. But at El Granada, we know that we hold our students at a really high standard and value, and this will be a commitment for us. You can see a similar trend in math with only a 1% difference. So we have 36% of our students performing at or above grade level in mathematics and 64% not meeting the standard. So if it's okay with you, I'll jump back to our breakdown so that we can better understand what that means. So we are jumping back to, I believe this is slide 6. Breaking down this data by subgroup, you can see in the bar graph that our current 4th and 5th graders scored an average of 2.1 overall out of a possible 4. Just as a review, a score of 1 means that students meet the standard, 2 means nearly met, 3 means that the standard has been met, and 4 means that we exceed the standard. The average score was 2.7 for our white students and 2.5 for our students of 2 or more races, while the average score was 1.8 for our Hispanic, Latino, Latinx students and students of low socioeconomic status. The average score for English learners was a 1.3, and students with disabilities is a 1.2. The data shows a need for additional support for at least 4 of our at-promise subgroups. Again, we will see a very similar trend in mathematics. Our average score for our Hispanic Latinx students is again 1.8, while our white students are scoring at a 2.8 average. Students of 2 or more races scored an average of 2.5. Students of low socioeconomic status scored an average of 1.8, and students with disabilities an average of 1.5. So, again, we have work to do, as I think we will across the state of California, and we are committed to do that work. And I'm looking forward to the end when I can show you some of the things we already have in place. So, let me go back to catching us up. Now to show you some of the groundwork that we already are having in place to build upon as we help our students reintegrate from the pandemic and readjust for some of that, for lack of a better word, learning loss. So this is our growing TK program. There are 2 TK classes that we have at El Granada right now with a fully credentialed teacher and an ECE associate instructor in the classroom. Early intervention has proven to be extremely important for students, and so this is one of the steps that we are taking. Next, we have a lot of quote-unquote enrichment learning opportunities, but these enrichment opportunities are essential. This type of learning is essential to a well-rounded student. So we are so happy to finally have TK through 3rd grade PE twice a week, funded by our PTO. We have 4th and 5th grade physical education as well as APE with Ms. Angel, and TK through 3 with Mr. Rob. We have music for minors, where all of our students are participating in music classes. We have also recently added a collaboration with Alas and our PTO, which is a VAPA-based percussion class for our kindergarten and 1st graders, and it is just a spark of joy in the day, I have to tell you. It is so fun. We also have art and action for our TK through 5th graders and 5th grade science. A few more things that I could not fit on this slide. We have some environmental education programs with our Junior Latin Steward program and 4th grade students. So you can see some photos of our 4th grade students in action. The photo on the left are not 4th grade students. These are 4th grade teachers participating in a nature journaling program through Junior Land Stewards. We also have our HEAL project for our 2nd and 3rd grade students. You can see here they are playing with worms, exploring our garden beds on campus, and many other environmental educational opportunities. We have some great after-school programs at El Granada. So we have our beloved Dolphin Club. Our students recently just painted a fabulous mural that you are going to see posted on the gate facing towards Highway 1, so hopefully you'll be able to glance it while keeping your eye on the road as you drive on Highway 1, that is going to say, "Welcome to El Granada." We also have our TK Club, which is starting our wraparound services for TK Aftercare. So these are some of our successful after-school clubs at El Granada. And now on to our glows and grows. So glows are things that are going well. So 3 of them. Our first one is the implementation of swim. It's kind of already an integral part of the way students navigate El Granada. So this is our positive behavior intervention supports. We communicate our expectations this way. What do we expect students to do instead of what do we tell them not to do? We have an incentive program. We have our swim ticket raffle every Friday that students really enjoy. And we are working with our PBIS team right now to kind of revamp our matrix and integrate some new practices. We've got feedback from our 4th and 5th graders on how they might like to incentivize lunch behavior and what types of rewards they might like to earn. So we're really trying to bring student voice into that as well. We have a really strong groundwork for our ELD support with our ELD TOSA. She is currently providing push-in lessons, modeling, and small group ELD literacy support. We have after-school literacy clubs with her. She's pushing into classrooms for small ELD support and then also doing small group language pull-out to support our EL students. We also are really proud of our strong collaboration with our parent-teacher organization. We've gone over some of the amazing enrichment opportunities that they provide for us, and they've really helped kind of build the foundation of the community we'd like to create. So some of the things, along with what I've already shared, that we are really excited about our PTO collaboration is at the beginning of this year, they purchased an El Granada swag. Look at this really great swag. They purchased an El Granada t-shirt for every single student. It may seem like a small thing, but having every single student at school be able to wear a brand new shirt with pride is pretty cool. They brought us our very own pumpkin patch. And watching the kids come to school and seeing their eyes and seeing them be like, "Oh my gosh," was magical. The kids weighed the pumpkins, they painted the pumpkins, they dissected the pumpkins. It was amazing. Our first family movie night was a huge success. You know, we have some growth to do with bringing our parent organizations together in collaboration, but a night like a parent movie night is a really low stakes way for people to come together, and it was hugely successful. So that's really awesome. Our grow, as I'm sure you could know, not bearing the lead, we have some growth on our CASP data. Our student performance, our academic achievement, especially with our English learners, is definitely a grow for us, and that is something that we are going to commit to as we move forward. So, with that said, are there any questions?
Thank you. Wow, there's a lot going on there. A lot going on. I've heard lots of good things about stuff going on there and a lot to do. So thank you for that. Do we have questions or comments?
What's your holiday wish list?
For me or my site?
No, thank you very much for the presentation. And I'm privileged to have had a little bit of peek on your campus last month and got to see some of the kids that were winners of the tickets on a Friday. And this principal, Erin O'Connor Brown, is so cool. And it was clear that you and knowing everybody by name and what was, when the kids were coming in, anyways, it was just a delight, and it was a delight to talk to some of the teachers that came out at lunchtime, and I know that the campus is going to be disrupted, and it's all some future craziness, but I think it's in really good hands with you and all of the staff that's there right now. So thanks.
I wanted to say thank you for the presentation, and my apologies, I had to step out for a second. I've seen the amazing work you did, even as a dean here. So your grow is right around your neck of the woods, like the amazing work that you would do with the students. So I'm very confident that you will have no problem. And just seeing the support you have, we've seen these presentations, and not a lot of the principals have that kind of support. And I'm not saying anything about the other schools, I'm just saying it speaks for itself. Just seeing your community here, your parents, and the support is just a testament of the great work that you are doing. And thank you. Thank you for everything.
Thank you. I'll third the thanks. And it's so great to see you growing and flourishing at El Granada. It's really super awesome. And thank you for the presentation. A couple things that stood out to me that I want to thank you for as well as staff at the district and staff, your colleagues in the other elementary schools. Just to see you present on the quality of programming that is being put in place in a systematic way across all our elementary schools means a lot to me, because I think it wasn't too long ago that it really did feel like all our schools were kind of their own little islands. But I think there's been such a spirit of collaboration and learning and growing and evolving and continuous improvement that you all have really championed and implemented together. So to see like junior language stewards, to see art in action, like whatever the programs are, to see like a thoughtful, meaningful way to deploy these programs, everything from ELD to, what enrichment, which I agree should really be part of the core programming, has been, it's really exciting to see. So thank you for that. Thank you also for your comment about, the work to be done around bringing the parent communities together, because I think that is really critical and important. It's easy to bring along people that have the privileges, quite frankly, to be brought along pretty easily. It's a little bit harder with those that, have more challenges participating in their students' progress and education. So I'm really hopeful as well that with your style and with your demeanor and your collaborative nature that you can really bring people together to feel like one community as much as possible, and to really feel like everyone is included, regardless of what their abilities are, regardless of what their home language is. Without that, it's, there is no equity, and there is no excellence if there's no equity. So thank you for that. And yeah, I wanted just one question, which was, with the grow around looking at CAS performance for English learners, are there other like measures or metrics that you're looking at beyond that standardized test score?
Yeah, standardized test scores are just one piece of the puzzle, right? So it is giving us that one, and it's really easy to hone in on that one piece because it is such tangible data. But we really want to look at, the whole picture. And a big thing is looking at, okay, where are students with their literacy scores, and are they progressing? Is progress being made? So it's one thing if, this is we're not meeting the CASP data standard, but we want to know, are we making progress in the right direction? Are we moving towards the direction? Because what we don't want is to kind of, to use the swimming pool analogy, say, okay, student, here you go, swim, when we haven't given them any life jackets, any scaffolds, any support. So there's going to be time where it may not be measurable on state testing, but with our local data, with our, reading our teachers and what they're measuring in the classroom, are we seeing growth? And that's really where the priority should be.
And in addition to those like academic metrics, are you able to look at like social emotional or things like office referrals? And are there any differences that we're seeing? So areas of opportunity, say we're seeing, for example, a lot more boys come to the office than girls, and we know sometimes it could be harder for boys to sit still in a classroom, especially all ages, I guess. But
a lot of that too ties into our PBIS work and our data there and what we're looking at. And as we're looking at students' test scores, we're seeing areas for growth in many different ways. And it's different between grade levels. It's different between test scores. We've got some students who really don't know how to play in a safe way because they haven't. So that is something we're measuring for those students, is how are we measuring the growth there? And, are our kindergartners learning to play safer? Are they learning what's an appropriate way to engage with a peer versus what's maybe an aggressive way? And a lot of our kids have these pockets of growth that we, as a staff, have kind of identified and are working on measuring. And we hope that eventually that reflects in our state test scores, but we're also looking at that whole child approach on, where is the student and how do we need to help them get to where they need to be.
Hi, Erin. Thanks for your kind comments as well, and I did appreciate what you've been done here at Cunha, and now your new role. It's great to see you grow. And thank you, of course, for your teaching of my daughters. You also forgot to mention you were Iris's cross-country coach.
There's that.
And she still runs in her free time in Boston, in her university, so appreciate that. And you also didn't mention that I always remember to bring you your maple bacon donuts, but maybe you don't like them anymore. Anyways, because I always bring treats when I would go to all the different school sites. But anyways, I really loved thank you for the presentation as well, I'll reiterate everything. And I really loved your comment just now in the discussion with Sophia about the alternative ways of measuring. And I think of course we have the state data, we have to have the state data. We know it's important in a larger scale, but like you're saying, what's really important is how these individual kids, which we don't necessarily compare state data year to year on those individual kids, we compare fourth grade to fourth grade. But knowing that you all are really looking closely at how those kids are improving and how to make sure that they improve based on that local data, I think is just super important. So I appreciate you bringing that up. So thank you again for where you are now and what you will continue to do. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Erin.
I was going to do one more presentation and then a break, but should we do it now? Can everybody, let's do one more presentation and then we'll take a little bio break. Okay, next up we have update on English learner programs and services. Dr. Bhatia.
I may just take this off. It's hard to breathe sometimes. Good evening, President Alexander, board members, Dr. McFetridge, colleagues and community members. Today I'm here to talk to you a little bit more about our English language learner services, our language master plan. And we've had these conversations in the past, and the state does give us fundings specifically to support our English learners. And I do want to say, I wrote down, we have 479 English learners in the district. And yes, CASP is only one measure, but I definitely want to say that out of those 479, only 24 are at grade level proficiency. That leaves 455 who are below grade level proficiency. Part of the state funding and categorical funds and LCAP supplemental requires us to set aside certain funding for services. And as Principal Erin O'Connor Brown said, we have added significant number of services. Our teachers on special assignment in ELD, and today I'm very happy to say a coordinator of instruction who's supporting mainly English language development and English learner services, Hispanic, Latino, socioeconomically disadvantaged. He's coordinator, this is a long title, coordinator of instruction, categorical grants, and special projects. And he has already hit the ground running, so we'll be co-presenting. Mr. Israel Castillo. And so with that, Israel, let me see if I have good or bad luck. You might need to. Guess it's bad luck. Okay. Okay, I guess we're going to have to ask Tracy if that's okay. I'll try it.
I can just click from the computer. Yeah, you can just click from there.
Oh, here you go.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I come to share some data and we'll have some recommendations and a plan I think it's very important to identify where our English learners are first. So I had an opportunity to identify from the largest population of ELs, which is Hatch Elementary School. And then we went down, 196 at Hatch, 97, 89 at Cunha, El Granada, 76. The reason I like to start with the population is it's important for us to know where to focus the amount of energy. And it's important to know that as the students progress to middle school and high school, they're reclassified. So that's why the numbers decline as we move from the lower grades to the upper grades. Also, the concentration of the demographics based on the community where they live also is a main factor of the amount of EL learners. But being new in this district, it was important for me to identify where are these students, what school are they at. So this is important, and once I figure out the population, it's important to identify what we can do to support them and continue to progress. I myself was an English learner. I came from Mexico in second grade, so learning a new language was very challenging for me. I came with very few academic environment support, so no reading or English or Spanish. So it is in my dream to help English learners, and I'm glad to be here to support them. Here's our reclassification. We do have some successes that I was able to identify. The numbers may be off by 1 or 2, depending when I pulled the data from Infinite Campus, and that's our data system that we use here at Cabrillo Unified. So like, for example, Cunha, I think the last count that because I was here, the reclassification was 40. So it might go up 1 or 2, depending on the amount. The total RFIB that we did, it was 84, which is a nice number. So we do have things to celebrate. Students are being reclassified. They're learning the language. Once students are reclassified, we do notice that they score a lot better on the state exam, on the CASP, and I'll share some of that data also. I know Dr. Bhatia shared this information already with you guys, but I think it's important to review it and see why the urgency is so important. There's a sense of urgency that we need to work together as a team. Not one individual, one person can do it alone. We need to work as a team with teachers, with our board, with myself. Everybody needs to work together, pitch in, and see how we can support the students, because this needs to be a priority, especially when we look at some of the data, both data and local data and also state data. State data is actually a big indicator. It identifies what students will be able to go into the university. There are students that, based on their scores on the state examination, if they score high enough, they don't have to take certain exams to enter into the university. We did see an increase on 1.68 for the level 3s on the LPAC, and also an increase of 2.82 from 2020 to 2021 to this year, 2021-22. Students will be taking this LPAC exam in February. The one we took at the beginning of the year is just for the initials, mainly kindergartners. But we're looking forward to looking at that data and seeing how many more students we can reclassify. The reality of this is that probably the level 4, the 2.82 increase is actually a lot more, because if we look at the previous reclassification, those 84 students were students that probably should have been right there at the level 4, but I'm happy they were reclassified, or else that 2.82 would be a lot bigger if we included the 80-something students that were reclassified. I know this data probably seems familiar too, but this is just to show how our English learners are doing in comparison to all the other subgroups. We have all students, 44. The students that are, some of the students that are social disadvantaged, non-social disadvantaged, English learners, Hispanic, Latinx, and then white. So we have a combination here of different subgroups. I know our English learners might also be in the population of Hispanic, Latinx, but there's also a combination there that have been reclassified. That's why that percentage changes from 6% to 27%. This is for ELA. For mathematics, we see the same thing. If we look at the English learners, the percentage that meet that criteria, 5.43, which is, like Dr. Bhatia mentioned, it's a very small number that we need to create a sense of urgency to support and help our English learner students. When we look at this, we look at the English learners for ELA and mathematics. And if we look at how many students are, we don't want to use the word failing, but which students are not at the level they should be, we have a 93.36 for ELA and 94.57 for mathematics. I know with the COVID, it did create some gaps, even bigger gaps than what existed before. Across California, we have been dealing with the performance levels, but at the same time, it is an opportunity to stress the urgency to make sure that we are inclusive when we're adopting curriculums, when we're looking at using a lens for English learners, ensuring that the material that we adopt has supplemental supports for our English learners. Once students are reclassified and they take the state test, they do a little better. Here's for ELA, and this is the population of students that were reclassified. It's 37.90, and for mathematics, it's 16.99. I did have an opportunity to compare this data with neighboring districts. When I looked at neighboring districts at the reclassification group, they were around in the 50s for ELA, and for mathematics, they were in the 39s and above. So even though our reclassified students are doing much better, we still have some areas of growth in that, in perspective, in comparison to neighboring districts with similar populations like us.
Thank you. Here, this slide will give you a hyperlink to our or language master plan. And I did want to point out, this is our language master plan mission. And in 2019, 2020, right before the pandemic hit, we had an amazing group of educators, of parents, of site and district leaders that met. And we did have, previous to Dr. McFetridge and Mr. Contreras, myself coming here, there was a team that had already started some work around the EL master plan that now is a requirement for all districts that have a certain percentage, a certain threshold of ELs. Our amazing EL committee recommended that instead of us calling it an ELD or EL language master plan, to drop the English, to name it a language master plan to celebrate all of the different languages that we do have in the community, to acknowledge and celebrate our amazing dual immersion program, because not only in the dual immersion program, we have English learners learning English, but we also have English learners learning Spanish and Spanish learners learning English. So this is why you're going to see language master plan. And I'll take a moment to read our language master plan mission. The overarching mission of the CUSD Language Master Plan is to provide our English learners with multiple opportunities to achieve academic and social success. CUSD values the rich cultures and languages of our diverse students and families, and we offer a safe, engaging, and equitable learning environment to help our students and families acquire language. Okay. So here are the 9 total components of the language master plan, and should anybody be interested in revisiting that, it is posted on our website. There's a hyperlink here as well. For the purposes of today's presentation, we are not going to go into detail on the 9 components, but we will focus on instructional programs and the monitoring and reclassification. Okay. And so here we have 4 goals for all of our English learners. And basically, the first goal is achieving English proficiency in the LPAC. And in the LPAC, we measure language proficiency with 4 areas: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. And this we do through our designated and integrated ELD that we'll talk to you a little bit about further. Number 2 is providing equal access to the challenging core curriculum. Now, this we have addressed, and we're super excited. And again, we thank our educators that, despite the post-pandemic year, jumped on and piloted our ELA ELD curriculum. We have adopted, and we're halfway through our first year with benchmark Advance Adelante. And like I have said previously, it does take a year to 2 for us to really understand new curriculum. So I have talked to our educators to say, let's make sure that we take it slow. We may not be able to implement 100% of all of the components, but we will make sure that we set up trainings. And we also in the spring will be setting up and facilitating site level, grade level collaboration where subs come in and can relieve our educators in learning more about the curriculum. Number 3 is providing meaningful activities that are culturally relevant. And we did mention that, and I know El Granada, Ms. Erin O'Connor Brown mentioned celebrating Dia de los Muertos. I know that Hatch does have the annual fiesta that returned this school year, and we're very blessed, and I know that all of our sites really do a great job in number 3 in appreciating the culture and language. We do have still a little bit more work in, again, bringing in both communities and making sure that our Hispanic Latinx community is inclusive at more activities, and that we will continue to do. That's also part of the the language master plan, is making sure that we involve our Latinx second language learning communities into being more inclusive here in a Cabrillo Unified School District. And the last one is providing equitable and appropriate and effective access to core instruction. And this is really making sure that when our English learners are have duplicated designations, such as an English learner with disabilities, an English learner who is a migrant education student, is making sure that we are purposefully adding above and beyond services and not just giving one service to address all the 3 different designations, okay? And I think Israel is next. He's going to talk to us a little bit about integrated and designated.
So like Dr. Bhatia mentioned, it's giving the students access. When we talk about an ELD, I know back in, not the old days, but even like 7, 8 years ago, a lot of the English learners will be pulled out by the paraprofessionals, taken to a different room and provided instruction. But here, when we're talking about designated ELD, you want your highly skilled teacher providing that instruction. It's almost like front-loading the vocabulary that's going to come up in the ELA, Adelante, or the Adelante curriculum. I'm very happy that it was adopted, because there is great components of the curriculum that are really fitted for the English learners. But it is an opportunity for the teacher to use the ELD standards when they're doing designated ELD. For integrated ELD, that's an opportunity where you combine the ELA standards with ELD standards. You almost weave them together and ensure that you're creating sentence frames, sentence starters, graphic organizers, front-loading vocabulary, tapping into their culture. A lot of strategies that need some preparation. I think it's important to sit down and organize lesson plans in a meaningful way that you can engage all students. I know when I was in ELD classes, it was mostly about 80% of the time I was out in the classroom, and it does get frustrating because you miss all the fun stuff and you don't feel like part of the culture. So we have to continue working on ensuring that the students are in the class learning whatever the content area is, whether it's science, history. There's different ways to ensure that the students are having access to that curriculum. One of the key things that I always reminded my teachers is to always practice academic language. Whether you're a language learner or not, and you're in the world of science or history, there's always new vocabulary that we all need to learn. Scientifically, they say that we need to hear a certain word 15 to 20 times for us to know the word. And in order for the word to become our own word, we need to write it at least 20 times. So that's where the sentence starters, the sentence frames comes. What that is it's the sentence that you write for them and you leave certain words out where the students, it facilitates the learning for them, but it becomes their vocabulary, their own words. So this is the difference with the two integrated and designated ELD. By the way, I did have a chance to look at the EL master plan, and it's beautiful. Now our job is to ensure that the ELD master plan is being looked on by the daily basis, that we know, because I think sometimes, and I'm not saying this district, many of us in many districts, we tend to write beautiful master plans, but then we put them on the shelves. But it's time to take it out of the shelf and start practicing, because everything that you need for a successful program for English learners, it's written on your EL language master plan. This is from there. So one of the recommendations that the committee made is 150 minutes per week, either 30 minutes daily or 50 minutes 3 times per week. But what makes sense is that if you're going to be teaching ELA and you want to front load that vocabulary, it probably makes sense to do the 30 minutes, but the choice it'll be up to the educator. That's for TK through 5th grade. For middle school and high school, since we have ELD, it's a daily block or a period. In this setting, it's a little easier in middle school since the students already have the ELD block. One of the things that we do need to continue working in middle school and high school is for the integrated ELD, and that's where you ensure that the vocabulary, the sentence starters, the graphic organizers, the background, it exists. It does require some charts like the one behind you guys right there to draw out some meaningful activities for the students and engage them in constructive of the vocabulary. Here's a little graph that I created to ensure that we could see the distinctions between integrated ELD and designated ELD. One of them requires the standards. If you look at the time, the focus, and the instructional differences for each of them. Integrated ELD within regular class and all content area. The thing that is very meaningful is that, and I mentioned this earlier, and I apologize for that, but it's during integrated ELD, we got to make sure that the content of the lessons and the language is supportive. It's very easy to forget who your students are, but just using these specific strategies is not only going to target our English learners, but also our students with special needs.
So these next few slides, particularly this one, shows yet another view of the differences between designated ELD and integrated. And you can just see this is color-coded. Designated ELD, is, like Mr. Castillo mentioned, it's a very 150 minutes a week, could be delivered in any combination Monday through Friday, but it's basically teaching how English works. It's the phonemic instruction, morphology, syntax, how the alphabet works, how blends work. On the right, you're going to see integrated ELD, and this is more when teaching integrated ELD, particularly during non-ELD time, core content areas like science, history, even physical education, VAPA, we're making sure that our educators are aware of who our ELD students are so that we can be able to front load academic language, make sure that we're focusing on content knowledge and understanding that there's a certain population of students in the classroom that may not have that background knowledge on content and academic language, and the focus is on integration. And so not so new, but about a decade ago, we adopted new ELD standards, and the framework for ELA, ELD came as one, because previous to a decade ago, ELD was seen as separate. where students just receive the 150 minutes and that's it, and nobody else really addressed the needs of ELs. With the new ELA ELD frame, not that so new, but the decade-old ELA ELD framework, ELD and EL students are addressed throughout their entire academic day. And then, yes, here's yet another visual of the differences between designated and integrated ELD. And again, to the left, designated is how English works, and to the right is making sure that our ELs are having meaningful access.
This is also from the lovely master plan. So for reclassification purposes, we created a visual to support parents, administrators, and also teachers in regards to when the students are ready for reclassification. Basically, if you focus on the blue, that's when we're looking for the LPAC of a 4. We want to make sure that they have enough language to be reclassified as fluent English proficient. We also use some site-based reading and scores. We want to make sure that the students are able to maintain stability in their class and then maintain a good GPA if they're in middle school and high school. So we monitor that, we progress, and there's a process that we go through to ensure that they're going to be successful. What I have here is the developmental stages for the LPAC, so the LPAC 1, 2, 3, and 4. Different stages, what they can do, what the students can do at different stages, and how we can, students don't necessarily need to be grouped, but it does make it easier. And based on the site, I think it's an opportunity to ensure that the students are being challenged in a meaningful way of what they can do, and challenge them effectively so we can see progression. The LPAC scores really are meaningful if we start using them for the various domains for listening, speaking, reading, and writing. It provides English learners with an opportunity to progress and grow. For the reclassification process, we broke it down into steps according to the EL master plan. Step 1 is to assess the students' English language proficiency, and we get that from the LPAC, and we need a 4 for that. Step 2, comparison of performance in basic skills. We want to make sure that the teacher uses some reading such as Lexia or whatever local assessment we have during that specific period of time. But there's so many options that we can use. Basically, we want to make sure that we have the teacher recommendation and the administrator's recommendation so we can continue to monitor the students after they're reclassified. So that step 3 is the teacher evaluation of student academic performance. We want to make sure that if they're ready for reclassification, it's an opportunity. As it was mentioned earlier, when we had those reclassification ceremonies, the parents were so happy, the students were so cheerful. It's a big deal for them. It's like graduating. I see the parents all dressed up and the children dressed up, so it's very, very nice to see them reach that level. Step 4, once we have gathered all the data, the parents are invited to a meeting to discuss the reclassification progress. And at that time, the parent decides whether to continue pursue the reclassification or to wait a year or not. We usually recommend for them to continue because sometimes the reclassification is easier at the lower grades. As they progress, it gets a little harder for them. And of course, once they reclassify, we don't say, okay, we'll see you later, bye. No, we have to monitor. So we monitor them for 4 years or more. It all depends. One of the things that I've been learning during our DLAC meetings is parents are noticing that when their children enter into middle school, they say, oh, I don't like math anymore, or I don't like this. But sometimes it's the teenage years, of course, so we have to monitor them, whether it's academic or social. We have to make sure that our counselors, our administrators, and our teachers are monitoring the progress. And if the students are falling behind or not progressing, then we are required to provide intervention. We don't put them back into ELD, but we are required to provide interventions from whatever resource we have available at that specific site. Basically, we want them all to succeed. So we, as the administrators, we want to make sure that we reclassify the students, and as teachers, we want to set goals. We always want to monitor and make sure that they're meeting the academic needs in all the classes that they're taking, whether it's elementary or middle school. But once the students are RFIP, it's a big indicator that they're going to be successful. In my years as a principal, I've been a principal for 18 years, and I've seen that most of the students that are reclassified never come back and need interventions. Usually they're pretty focused and pretty well off with their language acquisition.
Okay, now I won't read all of this, but we have many things going on. And again, thanks to the categorical and LCFF supplemental funding that requires us to set aside this funding to support particularly the needs of English learners, low socioeconomically disadvantaged, which many times they have that duplicate status, and also foster youth. So we do have, thanks to Mr. Castillo and to the amazing TOSAs that we have hired, and I just want to recap, but we do have not a 1.0, but TOSAs were distributed based on numbers. Teachers on special assignment, and particularly our vision and being a big lift district and making sure that we intervene at the youngest, at the earliest age possible, because by the time our ELs get to middle and high school, that intervention gap has completely grown. So at the teacher level, Mr. Castillo leads our teachers on special assignment. We have one at Half Moon Bay, one at Cunha, an amazing one at El Granada. So it's for the El Granada staff that's here, that has hit the ground running. We still are in need, and unfortunately the post-COVID situation and the lack of staffing, we still have an opening for a teacher on special assignment for ELD at Hatch, and we'll continue to try to fill that gap and hopefully hire somebody soon, whether somebody within our district is interested. Here, I'm going to do some recruitment here, or we rather hire from inside. Our teachers that are internal know our students, know our community, but of course, they're external candidates. We definitely would encourage people to apply and come to this beautiful coast-side. We do have also trainings during our Super Fridays. We do ask all our trainers to continue to embed the differentiation of our learners, particularly ELs. So that's embedded throughout all types of professional development. Our ELD TOSAs also lead certain trainings at the site. At the principal level, we do have 2 to 3 meetings a month where we meet with our secondary, elementary, and then a district, a K-12 meeting, where we're always talking about data analysis to make sure that we give our principals and our leaders at the site the tools. And again, today, an exemplar visual that Ms. Erin O'Connor-Brown used using our new Illuminate DNA system, where we can see the graphs, we can see where the need is, so then we can not spend too much time with the data analysis and more with the interventions and services for our students. Okay, and then the next one, some of the EL services that we do offer. Again, we continue to have ELD designated, and it's at the secondary level, our designated ELD is strong because of those set-aside sections. At the secondary level, what our focus will be moving forward is making sure that we give strategies and supports for core teachers that are not language teachers, not ELD teachers, for the integrated ELD piece. At the elementary level, again, we would like to increase services and increase staff to support language acquisition. A strong focus, like Mr. Castillo said, on focusing on that tier 1 instruction, on academic vocabulary and supporting our ELs, and just providing different levels of intervention with our expanded learning program, where right now we have about 100 students, mainly English learners, who are being served after school and working with services and interventions for ELs during after school. Now, here are a couple of next steps. Next steps is making sure that
We support our EL teachers on special assignment in supporting that Tier 1 instruction, supporting our classroom teachers with push-in services with that second adult so that our students are not being pulled out and missing some of that core instruction. With Tier 2 intervention, there might be a small percentage of students that may need a pull-out, but that would be a very small percentage. When we're looking at the 479 ELs, most of the services should be during core instruction. We want to continue, and as I already mentioned the second bullet, again, I mentioned the recruitment of our ELD TOSA, maybe 2 TOSAs at Hatch. And the last one is taking a look at our dual immersion program and taking a look at the composition of English instruction. Right now, we do have a 90-10 model, but there's new research that's mentioning that maybe the dual immersion model is not really meeting the needs of our English learners. It's meeting the needs of our Spanish learners. And so looking at models that are more of an 80-20 model, where 20% of English may be started at the TKK level, and then we increase when we make the English time very structured. We just adopted a fabulous curriculum with an ELD component, so that's something that we'll be looking into, and Mr. Castillo and Mr. Robles is leading a dual immersion committee to take a look at all these different programs to ensure that we're meeting the needs of our English learners. And then lastly, and thank you, Mr. Castillo, for sharing this slide. We just want to end that there is great work that is already happening, and we just are blessed to have such a strong community of passionate educators that know a lot about language. Many of our educators have masters in language and can continue to be lifelong learners, and we just appreciate because we do have a very high reclassification rate, and we hope to continue to reclassify more students as the years go on and change that 5% proficiency in ELA to a little higher. And thank you. That's it for us. Questions?
Thank you. Can I start off? Thank you very much. Wonderful presentation. I do have a few questions. The first being, again, not necessarily a slide, but understanding that there's a curve associated with having higher concentration of English learners in elementary, and as students reclassify, that curve. Is there some way to describe what the optimal curve might be, or is it really similar no matter what we do? Or is there something?
For reclassification?
Yeah.
For reclassification, like we will never have 100% reclassified student. That's not really the goal. But as, and I think it was Freya and Sophia that you mentioned earlier, where we need to look at the deeper layers of the data with the individual student to see how they're making individual growth.
Right.
That's really the data that we're looking. But typically, you will have, this is the curve, it'll take about a year for each level, and there are 4 different levels, as Mr. Castillo mentioned, with language development. So you'll have about a year in the first level, and the students kind of hang out at level 2 and 3 for a couple of 2 to 3 years, right? And then in the last level 4, you might have a child, and we want to see growth. So they might be at the if we're looking at proficiency bands, they might be at the lower end of the proficiency band in level 4. And as long as they're increasing or so close to getting 4 by the second year, they should be RFID between 5 to 7 years. So if you have an EL coming into our TK, now TK, because we're adding our transitional kinder, they probably should reclassify between 4th and 6th grade. That would be the window where we want to see all ELs reclassify. So the big red flag comes around 7th grade, the long-term English learners that have not been reclassified in 7th grade but came in TKK. Now, we have a different viewpoint when we have newcomers coming in 3rd grade, because then the tickler then starts there, and then we would have to monitor. And again, that's what Mr. Castillo is leading our teachers on special assignment to look at that data and start tracking individual students and supporting the site principals and supporting our EL teachers, language educators, and giving strategies and making sure that we're making adequate growth.
Thanks. You talked about meeting the needs of the EL students in the immersion program. And once upon a time, we did have a dual language at El Granada. And I've heard teachers, and my son was part of that. And it was very seen as successful to parents at the time. My wonderment is, so I appreciate very much you questioning what the right model is, because I think it can always be tweaked as you go along. My wonderment is culturally in this district, if there's room for maybe not full-blown Spanish, like dual language immersion kind of thing at all the sites, but some type of a Spanish component in the elementary schools that if I know how quickly the English speaking kids learn Spanish in kindergarten, that if they started picking up conversational Spanish early, that then whether you're doing mariachi or you're doing Dia de las Muertas, you're doing the culturally relevant components during the day, that those could be actually in Spanish, or if, I don't know, I'm thinking out loud, but it's just wondering, because I still feel that we end up, and part of this is going to be in our equity audit, it's all integrated. But what do we do to truly be, not just talk about it, but is that an opportunity for chewing on it?
I see what you're saying, and yes, there are probably, I would say, 8 valid bilingual education models. Dual immersion or two-way bilingual education, there's kind of synonyms. Those are the models per the Thomas Collier study that have demonstrated the most significant success for both English and Spanish learners, where performance was tracked over 30 years in this Thomas Collier study, and even looking at the traditional English model, which Kings Mountain, El Granada, and Kings and Fairlawn View currently have the traditional English, and then there's one pathway at Hatch, are the dual immersion or two-way bilingual education model. Those students in those cohorts, compared even to their demographic partners, outperformed the traditional pathway. That is why, I don't know, it must have been 20 years ago that dual immersion came at Hatch, or 20 plus years, I don't have that exact year, but when that program was implemented, the group, and I know Joyce Hodge, who is still supporting us with our Hatch program, they chose this model because it showed the most positive growth for both students. The other models have not showed as much positive growth, where our English learners and Spanish learners perform less than a traditional model of English instruction, such as the other 3 campuses. So that's why it would have to be something that we'd have to look at. But yes, it wouldn't hurt, like what you said, to integrate some language, because there's also like heritage program, or just kind of like an after-school program. And we do have a dual immersion committee, and that's something that we can bring up, and Mr. Castillo can bring up to the group to see if we can sprinkle some language around in regards to the culturally relevant activities. I see what you mean. Thanks.
Thank you, Leticia. This is amazing. And I just want to say thank you, Israel. It's so wonderful to have you here. I think this has been an area of concern for many of us for a really long time. And I'm really beyond thrilled that we've been able to invest in the position. And if I recall, mostly grant funded, which is bonus.
100% grant funded.
100% grant funded, which is that's the cherry on top of it, because that's your hard work to get those grants, and that's not just something that happens. And thank you to Bianca, who presumably was involved in helping to recruit this wonderful person to our community. I just can't say enough. We know you, Leticia, you're awesome. But to hear to hear Israel speak with the depth of knowledge that you have and the depth of care that you have, I feel really like a renewed sense of hope that we're going to really make a difference in this. And it's exciting to see, even with the pandemic stuff, which we know had a horrific toll on our students and families, to see even some improvement. Also, even with the exclusion of those bit of students that were RFEP'd as well, I think that's promising that we're starting to see some results. If slow, but that's how you get the ball rolling. So that's really exciting. And also the culture that you guys are really putting forth together with our educators, like on the ground in the classroom, to really make this our job. And I think that's part of the subtle messaging that's shifting over the years that I've observed, even just the last few years. And you talked about, Leticia, like it's been 10 years since this ELA and ELD were consolidated. I feel like it's really over the last few years that we felt that here, where it's, the language master plan, and it's not ELD just happens over there somewhere else, right? This is integrated into what we do. And it's also designated because that's the equity piece as well. So to hear you guys addressing all those aspects of what it's going to take, as well as really thinking about subtle things like students, subtle, I guess, like indirect, non-academic things like students' self-esteem, and how important it is that students feel like, okay, they're not there yet, but they're getting there and they have the support and there's the trust that they can do it. That's just the gatekeeping thing that, for a lot of kids. So it's really remarkable and really exciting to hear you guys share this, and the quality of work that you're doing is really exciting, and it will take years, of course, to see the full fruition of that. But with the collaboration with everybody that's putting that together, it's really great. I had one question and then one more comment, which was around the numbers also. I appreciate that you presented the numbers of students at each site, because I think that is informative in and of itself also. It is tricky when we look at the standardized test scores for, it almost is like by definition, we know they're not going to be doing great because we're looking at, language acquisition. But it's noteworthy, I think, to see how many students we still have at Half Moon Bay High School and at Cunha who are English language learners, when if we're looking at a 5 to 7 year time frame, and my understanding is most of our English learners are not newcomers. They are here with us from kindergarten or TK. So to see kids on a 6, 7+ year timeline, like 100 is a lot. At Half Moon, that's 1% of our students at the high school. That's 9 years of schooling. So I appreciate your efforts to really kind of double down in the efforts early, so that we don't have kids get that far. And my last thing is just a comment. This was so informative. I hope that there are ways that we can share this with the DLAC or with the Latino Council or the Latino Roundtable. Sorry, I couldn't be there at our last meeting. Or like as a recording in Spanish for families to be able to see, because I think for families to understand how it works is really critical for them to be able to be partners with our school staff. So I'll just throw that out there. Like, it'd be great to see this in Spanish to our families and our community leaders. So thank you.
Dr. Bhatia, you just were at a DLAC meeting the other night. I know you were going to that. Have you shared this presentation with DLAC, ELAC
Well, yes,
representatives?
Mr. Castillo shared probably 80% of the presentation with DLAC at the last
And it is
El Granada, actually, this week.
Yeah.
Yeah, just last night. Yeah, I haven't slept much here.
Time
So
flies.
late nights.
It would be good if we could grab this by video, maybe have you guys do another presentation by video en español para nuestras familias hispanohablantes.
And I'm techie, I can do that. I can actually make a YouTube.
This we know.
Except I still don't know how to do a Bitmoji, so one of you have to teach me. The cute little teacher ones that I need to know, but yes.
I got a question for you. You talk about how important it is not to pull the kids out and do it. If they're still needing help, is there any component of after school stuff?
Oh, so when we hired our fabulous EL teachers on special assignment, I did ask for them to start an hour later. By doing this, if they start an hour later, then they're here an extra hour after school, and that will naturally allow for after-school intervention. So I know that is happening at El Granada, and that is happening at Cunha. And so that's one. But I think there still might be 10%, like about 10% of during school pullout, but there's a combination of a little bit of pullout during, after school definitely, a little bit during the day, but mostly a push-in and professional development and giving resources and I know lesson plans and giving extra support on how to differentiate. So yes, that is the goal. And again, we have a big gap, a big hole at Hatch. I mean, Hatch has the most EL students, similar to El, but has a lot of EL students, and we don't have an ELD teacher on special assignment. So we're hoping to fill that opportunity soon, so that we can serve our students. I do have to say that all of our reading intervention specialists, ELD teachers on special assignment have continued to have done this amazing job of working collaboratively and going out and spreading some of the services and resources across other sites. So I definitely want to celebrate that. But yes, it is important, and the model is that the research has shown, President Alexander, that to have a teacher on special assignment pull out students, let's say 90% of their day, or have a child pull out, it's not the best model for tier one. For tier two, and if it has to be strategic, it has to be planned with the grade level teams to make sure that it's during an enrichment time and not during ELA or the core instructional time. So it is difficult. I know at Cunha we struggle because a child unfortunately loses an elective if they have to take ELD. I mean, it's a different kind of problem, kind of similar problem in elementary school, is finding that right time. And yes, and VAPA and visual arts, performing arts are excellent. This year, I do have to say, again, the teachers on special assignment and with the leadership of Mr. Castillo, we were able to have our ELD classes. And again, the state doesn't require us to give a certain number of minutes, but their recommendation is 150 minutes a week. But at Cunha, our ELD section, we have our ELD TOSA push in to the ELD section to provide visual arts and performing arts, and making it with academic and embedding it with academic vocabulary. So we are looking and trying to think outside the box to make sure that all of our students are receiving some level of service.
I'm going to just take 2 steps back. The ELD, not the integrated, but the direct, is that pull out, or that's part of the classroom day?
Integrated, yes. Okay. Integrated is basically
the designated.
Oh, designated. It's in secondary. It's a section.
Okay.
But in elementary,
okay.
It actually could look different ways, because if we're looking at a Fairlawn view or Kings Mountain where you have 1 EL student or 2 EL students, state law says, and it's mandated, that students receive ELD. And a teacher then can have small groups or have a time where they're teaching a lesson, and then they pull a child, the EL student, to the back, or give that extra, how English works, that designated ELD, how phonics, academic vocabulary, morphology, right? And understanding the structure of language, understanding what is a noun, adverb, adjective, but that could be within a class. And I heard at Hatch, we just heard recently, today, from Mr. Robles, that they are looking at a model of having all second grade teachers in dual immersion share students, but group them at different levels, and they switch. And so we have different models depending on the numbers. So probably at El Granada and Hatch, it'll be easier to work on that model. At other sites, it might not. So designated ELD can look different, but the best model would be for teachers within a grade level to kind of switch the students, and that's what Mr. Castillo is working on and helping our teachers on special assignment.
I just want to acknowledge for the teachers, while this topic is ELD. The reality of every elementary school teacher is they're teaching everything. It's ELD, it's special ed, whatever the unique needs of their classroom. So for everybody in that section.
Okay. Any other questions? Oh, Lisette?
I do. I was able to look at this, so I'm not as shocked as I was the first time. And I do want to say I'm not minimizing the work that you have done and the great work that the teachers have done, but this is so sad. And I understand COVID, but this is so sad. This is the reason why I'm here. And it's so sad to say that I've only been here 4 years, and the sad part is I'm the only Latina board member ever in this district, in a district that's more than 50% Latinos and a high population of ELDs. I'm trying to be positive, but I am so sad. I am extremely sad, and I'm not blaming anybody, but I'm so sad. I don't want to cry, but this is the reason why I'm in the board. And I guess, I don't even know how to put my emotions into words, but I'd like to speak for the parents who are not in this room. And one of the things I hope that in the ELACs and the DLACs, this information is great, but when the parents don't know the basic, you'd be surprised. There are parents where I remember less than 4 years ago advocating for parents to assist the ELACs and DLACs, and they're not very well assisted, which is very sad. And the parents that are there are the parents who have an idea of what's happening and have an idea of kind of what's going to happen and what's going on. But you would be surprised that some parents, you would invite them and they wouldn't know why they're coming to a meeting. They just said, oh, well, somebody called me and they said I was in this meeting. And then after that meeting, some knowledge or light. There's some parents that think that ELD is a program. When you tell them their child is in ELD and this is a meeting and it's an ELAC meeting to talk about reclassification, you'd be surprised. I got a lot of parents, because my daughter went to Hatch, they would say, no, she's in the immersion program. That's not the program she's in. And I think there's a lot of just back to basics that a lot of these families need to be told. I mean, you have us in a room with fluent, not saying that they're not intelligent, but fluent in the language and the culture and in the educational system. And some people still don't understand how this works. Can you imagine someone who has a child navigating this? I mean, I honestly had a really hard time, and I was fluent in English. I somehow, out of my whole family, I was the only one that graduated high school, graduated college. I have no idea how I did it, but I did it. And I'm very sad, and I just hope that we take some steps back to help these families, because we need these families to support the teachers, to support their students at home, so that, everything that the teacher is doing in the classroom is being supported in however way that they can do it at home. And do a lot of just basic education, talking to them, letting them know what it really means in simple terms, letting parents know where their student is. For example, I didn't know until my daughter came to Cunha that she wasn't going to be able to take an elective because she was ELD. Things like that. Or high school students. A lot of the parents leave that up to the students. They just send them off to school. They don't know that their child is possibly not able to attend certain classes because they're still doing ELD. I mean, I could go on forever, but I do hope that we do take some steps back to educate the parents and the families that need to be educated so that they could support the students. Also, I have a question about
the reclassification. I know it said here somewhere, it said here that they will be monitored for 4 years, and they will be monitored through the SBAC standards, or, so I guess my question is more, you know how you report you do a report for the parents, which is another thing that I hope we take steps back to explain to these parents how to read these scores and what the scores mean, so that they have an idea where their children are, because you would be amazed of how little information some of these parents have no idea. They just send their kids to school, and I guess what I'm trying to ask for the reclassification is more specific examples of how they will be monitored, not just by a single test. And how will they be monitored, and how this monitoring and this either progress or decline is being presented to the parents. Is it something that a parent's going to have to ask for every year, or is it something that is going to be just officially provided? Because normally when they are when they're taking this test, irregardless of their scores, they're given they're mailed. Parents are mailed the report of where they stand at. So is this also the case for the reclassification, or is it something that a parent needs to reach out and ask and I guess more Okay, I see what you mean. So for reclassification, yes, there is a slide that, and this actually just recently changed, maybe 2-3 years ago. Yes, maybe since I've been at Cabrillo, where before the state only required, we get federally program monitored to show data that there's staff at each site that's monitoring RFIP year 1 and 2. This happened 3-4 years ago. So just recently they moved it up to, they changed the policy to say we need to monitor reclassified students for at least 4 years or even more. When we get federally program monitored, and actually with Miss Erin O'Connor Brown's, her other head of dean, we actually just worked with her last year when we got federally program monitored to ask for those monitoring forms. So I know that Miss O'Connor Brown did an amazing job at CUNA, where she would have one-to-one meetings with the students and would monitor their progress. And if they weren't making the significant progress, looking at the local indicators, looking at CASP, then setting up interventions. And should a child be falling behind, then that's where the family would get communicated. If a child is at level, we don't typically call at level students, even if they're English only. So a parent won't know, they'll know if the child is performing below grade level. And in the high school, and Mr. Castillo, we just got emails from, again, another fabulous new administrator, Jennifer Schwan, and I'm sorry if I didn't pronounce her name right, but Schwan. Okay, Jennifer, yeah, I knew it was this, but I didn't know if it was Schwan or Schwan. Okay, Schwan, Jennifer Schwan. She she and also the TOSA at the teacher on special assignment at the high school, or data analyst at the high school, Holly Duvall, they both recreated the self-monitoring form to make it easier for us for them to upload the data, and they actually have redefined the system to have the ELA teachers set aside some time during their collaboration time or their planning time to monitor the students. Yes, and that'll be happening twice a year. So to answer your question, do parents know about their progress? Of course, a parent can always ask, but the progress is not communicated to parents, because, I mean, it is not a requirement, but I hear you, it is a best practice, and that's something that we can look into to see if the monitoring even could be a simple letter that says your child is making adequate progress and continues to be successful in the program.
I just feel like a lot of the parents that are, a lot of the students that are struggling don't have the parents are not aware. And I think it's normal. If somebody's failing, if somebody's getting in trouble, you're going to hear from the school. Why are we, I think we should also report after they have reclassified. We should report if they're doing well. And we should report that they're continuing to thrive. I guess I understand that it's one more thing to do, and it's easier said than done, but I think that they should be reported out, because you have to think, some of the parents that need the support, that need the hand-holding, unfortunately, are not the ones that you're going to see, are not the ones that are going to call. And that's when we go back to, why are we waiting till they fail? Why are we waiting until we have to report the Fs? Why are we waiting for that when we could be proactive? But again, I understand it's another thing to do. It's another job that somebody will have to take time to do. I guess that's just me.
That's something we can look into, Trustee Cortez. That's a great idea. We'll look into it with our TOSA meetings.
One last quick question. The TOSAT hatch, what like level of position is that? How many, is it one full
1.0.
FTE? 1.0. And is that, like at El Granada, let's say, is the like most comparable with like half the number of ELs?
We need two probably, but
Well, because if you have one at El Granada, you should probably have two at Hatch. I'm just
we're looking,
doing the
we're
simple
looking
math.
at
Yeah, I
maybe-
mean, one would be a start. but-
One is a start. Let me put it that way. And again, we always have to look, and unfortunately, right, it's really until the June LCAP season, and maybe that's a reason why, where we know what the budget situation is, that's where we really look, and then I'll consult with my dear friend, Jesus Contreras, and our amazing equity warrior, Dr. McFetridge, to say, do we have some funding to add more services and interventions?
Yeah.
But this wouldn't happen until June.
Well, yeah, I think that's important to just make sure that resources, be it for whatever student need we have, are proportionately allocated to that need.
And I think you will see that the trend in the district has been to try to allocate rationally per need, according to the needs of the school, and also to look at the equity of this, like you saw from Aaron O'Connor Brown's presentation, the fact that we have art in action in every school, music for minors every school, HEAL project for every school, when in the past, these were intermittent and based on PTO funding, et cetera, et cetera. A commitment we made to the PTO Alliance was to make sure that we say, no, the PTOs don't need to be paying for that. The district should be paying for that. In this regard, there is a great need, and I've said it before, for my money, this is the barrier to reaching the American dream for a lot of students and families. The fact that whether or not you're going to be English proficient. Look, I can talk all I want about how wonderful it is to be bilingual, bicultural, biliterate, et cetera, but at the end of the day, and Mr. Castillo and I've had talked about this, if a student doesn't acquire English, they're at risk of not being able to succeed in school and achieve in high school, take an elective at this school. I mean, we're lucky we have a fantastic partnership for after-school programs, and at-promise students get served in these programs. But at the end of the day, if we don't get kids learning English and proficient in English, their opportunities to be college and career ready and to break a cycle of poverty if they're socioeconomically disadvantaged on top, it is a priority for us. So we will continue to look at how to fund those things, knowing that there are trade-offs in the district where you sort of say, some things we must fund and some other things maybe not so much. And that's the conversation I hear from Dr. Bhatia. Hey, I'm going to talk to Sean and Jesus about how to fund these things. That's music to our ears. Then it's our question about going to inquiry mode. Okay, what are we not going to fund?
One area that Ms. O'Connor Brown touched, and that is the data. What kind of local data are we going to be collecting to make sure that it is not only the state data that we are going to be looking at? So as an organization, as teachers, as Kim was referring to, so that we can get in front of our teachers, what is the data of progress, what metrics of progress there are that are telling us that our children are acquiring academic English and that they are participating meaningfully in the district's core curriculum. So that data is something that it's in our shop and we are trying to look at. Let us define metrics of success that our teachers are going to be collecting, generating, mining, and then acting upon. And as we get that data collected, then will be the benchmarks of progress that are not only the CASP data, but is meaningful data that they can use to inform instruction to get to those levels of progress, to measure progress. And it's something that we are doing together to make sure that we then go back to the whatever data that it is by grade level collected and mined and then act upon. So that's something that we would need to continue to do that, and that's something that we are doing collaboratively, but that's something that's in our shop.
And I did want to answer Sophia's question. Yes, Jesus is in business, Jennifer, Jesus, our department, we do collaborate, and we look at student population, we look at unduplicated counts, and every year when we work together previous to the single plan, and we allocate the funding based on the need. You can see this, I think, right now with the ELD supports. We know El Granada and Hatch are Title I sites, and we said, let's start with 1 and 1. Because we do know at Hatch, they already have reading, both sites have reading intervention specialists. Hatch has more, has 2.5 more than El Granada, but those are, of course, if we're ever in the, and we won't know till June, right? Because every year the funding situation changes. Those are the two focal sites, our Title I sites, and particularly elementary. And I know that currently we're funding in kinder 4 hours of a paraprofessional to support the small group instruction for kinder, and reading intervention specialists, teachers on special assignment, new curriculum. New curriculum was almost $500,000 that we have spent. And yes, we do. We always do look at proportionality. This time we just had enough funds, and we just thought, let's just start with 1 and see what the funding cycle looks the upcoming years.
No, I agree. That's a good start, and I appreciate Jesus's point about continually looking at the data and slicing and dicing it, because it's easy to say these kids just are going to have challenge, and that's just how it is, right? But that's not good enough. Like, I think to be able to look at the details of what is actually happening, then you start to get at the why, right? When you look at it enough in that way. And so my last comment would just be to urge, like, if there's any kind of temporary solution, I'm just a little cautious about the situation at Hatch. If there's something temporary that can be put in place so we don't go another 3-6 months without the support there for almost 200 students.
I do think
encourage considering.
I do also think that Mr. Castillo, even though we heard earlier a comment about, is it okay for a administrator being on a school campus, I think the more the merrier. I want to thank Mr. Castillo for being on the Hatch campus, and I want to remind everybody that our goal is to have Mr. Castillo and others modeling this kind of behavior for teachers and helping support and scaffold them in, operationalizing the language master plan. So again, we know this is going to take time. I appreciate that this is completely grant funded, Mr. Castillo, and that I really adore Israel as a new employee, and thank you very much. We are so grateful, and we are so, I have to say, lucky to have Dr. Patia, Mr. Castillo, Mr. Contreras, all as English language acquisition experts, and with long years in this field. I do really think this is going to turn a corner, but I do think it'll take time for it to take and change, considering you have a new curriculum.
Thank you.
All righty, thank you. I would like to make a motion to take a short break. It's 9:11. I don't know, why don't we do 6 minutes? It's 9:12. Let's be back at 9:18.
Can I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Sophia. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, we got a couple things. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be done in time. Okay, let's get going. Whoa.
Bang that thing, that's what it's for.
Okay, I have two motions I'd like to make. One is I would like to make a motion to go past 10 o'clock because I think we're gonna get there.
Sorry, who? You made the motion? Thank you, Freya. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. Okay, thank you. Passes 5-0.
Kind of opposed, but I'm just kidding. Okay, I also would like to make another motion, and you guys can disagree if you want, to change the order of our presentations tonight to put the approval for the projects for El Granada and Fairlawn View schools first, because I know we have people here for that, and our presenters are here for that. So I'd like to make a motion to switch the last two, C and D, the order of those two.
Second.
Thank you, Mary Beth. Thank you, Sophia. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. Thank you. Passes 5-0.
Okay, so we are first going to do approval of updated projects at El Granada and Fairlawn View Elementary Schools.
Thank you, President Alexander, for honoring my request that we do this. I will say that I made that recommendation because I kind of had a hunch that our friends from El Granada, staff, families, PTO leaders, principal, would benefit from that. And also, I will say that we have, and I want to thank them for coming tonight, the principals, the CEOs, the presidents of both Studio W and QKA. QKA's Aaron Jobson is here at our request to go through the parts of the presentation that I can't go through. And Studio W's principal and president, Brian Whitmore, is here to go over the Fairlawn View improvements. Let's see if I can do this. Oh, it worked. And it does buzz. That kind of makes me feel like it's like one of those buzzers, like when you're, anyway. The agenda, you'll see this. I just want to go through this. We often do these just to make sure that the public sees this if they're just reviewing the things. We want to review the El Granada and Fairlawn View scopes of work. We want to look at the El Granada Phase 1 and Phase 2 drawings, and we'll get Aaron Jobson up here to do that. We want to look at the Fairlawn View Phase 1 and Phase 2 drawings. I'll get Brian up here, Brian Whitmore, to do that. The summary costs and schedules. We included that, quite frankly, because I said earlier that I'd met with Doug Machado, and he said, hey, it's nice to see it in this way. And so when we went back to the presentation after I spoke with Doug, I said, okay, let's package it so that it seems similar, and then we'll talk about next steps. So this is a lot of print, but it's a complex project. This is a summary of the improvement projects. By now, you'll know that in the October meeting, we presented on Fairlawn View, and it was Michelle Gargano, I think, a colleague from Studio W that presented on that. And then in the September meeting, we had Lyanne Schuster here from QKA to present on El Granada. And I just want to say that these are like very different projects, but we wanted to lay this out in a way that sort of captures it so people can have an understanding and so we can manage it. And also because, I'll just be honest, I heard from Doug Machado, hey, the Phase 1, Phase 2 differentiation is confusing. Why does Fairlawn View have Phase 1 and Phase 2 so completely done, and El Granada only has Phase 1? And all I can tell you, and Kim Hines and I were on the phone about this last week, it's that whole like 5 pounds of potatoes or 10 pounds of potatoes in a 5-pound bag. Did I say that right? 10 pounds of potatoes in potatoes, right, Kim? Anyway, 10 pounds in a 5-pound bag. So you'll see that there are like two projects that are ostensibly like $25 million. One is Phase 1 and Phase 2 because that fits into $22 million. as we've decided, or presented here after doing all the estimates and working. And then the other one is about 25 million. So for El Granado, what you see there, and I worked on this slide with the architects. You'll see for El Granado Phase 1 and Phase 2, it's new building construction and modernization of existing buildings. If you look at Fairlawn View, it's modernization of existing buildings. I want to point out there's a difference in the jobs. There's a difference in the needs of the jobs. We always, a year and a half ago, the board had prioritized, at our recommendation, working with the architects, working with the community then, to get rid of the worst buildings on the El Granada campus. So it's 7 new classrooms built as new construction to replace those deteriorating portables. That's Phase 1. Site development, including landscaping upgrades and new student gathering areas, Phase 1. I hear from Doug. Where's Doug? There's Doug, my critical friend. I appreciate you. I say that with love and respect. Doug has said, hey, can we get outdoor seating? We will certainly look at outdoor seating. Mr. Contreras, I know we will look at that. I've spoken with Aaron and Mark Quattrochi and Leanne Schuster already about that, so we hear that. So that could be maybe, hopefully, before Phase 2. You'll see Phase 2 of El Granada. You have modernization upgrades of other existing stick-built classroom buildings. And remember, there are 2 things at play here. If you have a stick-built building, they're not modulars, they're not portables. It's environmentally more friendly, sustainable, and actually more economical also, as a bonus, to just modernize those buildings. For the El Granada buildings, those deteriorating portables, you can't modernize them. I mean, they are way past their usable shelf life. And you'll also see on the Fairlawn View project, once we do wind up modernizing Building A and Building B of the Fairlawn View, the back portables, which serve as temporary housing while you do that, will disappear too, because like the portables on that ocean side of the El Granada campus, they are past their usable shelf life. They need to go. You'll see temporary housing and playground for student and staff use during construction. This was another commitment I made, in particular, not the temporary housing piece, we knew we would need that during construction, but the playground piece also, Doug, is a nod to you. I'd heard from you, and I heard from another PTO member when I visited you all last Wednesday. Hey, we got to have the playground. And so I've already talked about that with Aaron and Mark and Lyanne from QKA too. So I just want to put it out there. I heard you. I listened. We're committing to that. In a way, this is about our commitments to the steps ahead, knowing there is some ambiguity yet. Then you'll see utility upgrades required for the modernization projects, obvious. Perimeter security fencing for campus safety. If you're on this campus, you'll see that we have done perimeter campus security fencing. If you go to Hatch, we have plans at Hatch. We've already laid out the plans for Hatch because the construction's already been done, and we presented that to the school site council, and I see Kendra Holland, the PTO president for Hatch right here. We actually presented that, and the school site council has given us their recommendations on how to change that perimeter fencing slightly, but we are doing a perimeter fencing project at Hatch. Partly because last year, after Uvalde, we heard an outcry from some parents saying, hey, when are you going to do this perimeter fence? So we were working on that. We will, of course, bake that into the cake for El Granada and for Fairlawn View. It is the way of the world. This is a best practice. The county office, the state, this is just what we need to do. We need to keep families off campus. Uninvited guests off campus. We want families on campus when we can have them on campus, but we need to be able to secure that perimeter during the school day. And Aaron O'Connor Brown and I were just talking about this the other day, where you had to go and ask a member of the public, hey, I need you off campus. It's a thing we have to do. And playground replacement, well, gosh, that's so nice. I put it twice, Doug, I'm sorry, but I hear you, I got you. Okay, the second thing on the Fairlawn View, Phase 1 and Phase 2, again, remember this is modernization of existing buildings. This is a different thing than building new construction. So you have modernization of existing stick-built classroom building and administration offices, that's Phase 1. It's really one building. And then modernization of existing stick-built classroom building and multi-purpose room, Phase 2. Again, there's a new covered multi-use space for students and staff. That had come up in the engagement. In this further engagement with El Granada, they, Doug in particular, you've said that that would be good for El Granada too, so we will look at that when we're looking at phase 2. When we re-engage, and maybe if we can sneak it in, we'll see. Upgrades to building mechanical systems and controls, that's obvious, we need to do that. Electrical lighting upgrades, LED lighting, data, IT, your information systems, the fire alarm, et cetera. I will say that we would look at LED lighting, water conservation, all those things that we've done on other campuses as part of modernization at both Hatch and, excuse me, both El Granada and Farallon View. Food service kitchen upgrades and air filtration systems upgrades. Look, we're looking at air filtration systems upgrades district-wide, but at these 2 campuses, both will be looking at that. We have a CalShape grant in for that, for those HVAC updates. And then the food service kitchen upgrades, we were literally just talking about this with Stephanie Powley, our coordinator of student food services today, because the issue is not just Farallon View. Even though it came up in a year ago, the Farallon View wanting a better kitchen, we know we have to do the same thing with El Granada, because just today I was talking about, hey, if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. And then again, you see perimeter security fencing. Okay, I'm going to stop there. We are going to take questions at the end of the presentation just to make this flow better. And I'm going to ask Aaron Jobson to come up. Again, this is principal and CEO, president of QKA. And there it is. Thank you, Aaron.
Thanks, Sean. All right, let's see. Okay, so Sean, you did a great job talking about most of this already, so I appreciate that. As Sean talks about, we have our initial phase 1 project that we've been concentrating on because it's the longest duration, and we want to get that going as quickly as possible to get to construction. So that's really, look at that, all right. This new classroom building here that will replace those aging portables. And phase 1 is really focused on that and the infrastructure that needs to go with that. There's also a number of site improvements that we need to make to that, and primarily to provide accessible path to that from the parking lot and from the public way. So there's some paving improvements and parking lot improvements to provide those requirements. And then our next step will be looking at phase 2, which was originally scoped as modernization of the existing buildings, with the goal of significantly improving the quality of those learning environments and making sure we have facilities that really fit the needs of the campus. Looking at budgeting for reconfiguring some of those spaces as well as updating them. And that's something that our next steps will be revisiting that, making sure that still is the right priority, making sure the configuration of the spaces that was planned originally is still what we want. And that's the highest and best use of the funds we have to make the biggest impact on student achievement and wellness, which is always our goal with every facilities project that we do. And then we had identified as well in the little yellow box on the top right over there is some temporary housing so that we make sure at every stage of this project we have enough classrooms on campus and that we know we can support all the different classes and programs with adequate facilities even while we're doing construction. It's also why we needed to phase things here, because we can't go in and start renovating the existing buildings until we have the new building, because we won't have enough space. So that's a big part of why this project is going a little bit differently in terms of phasing. Phase 1 will also be demolishing the existing restrooms that are in front of the multi-use building, because the new building includes restrooms. So once those are built, we'll take that down, which will open up that space a little bit as well. And then we've planned for the blue box. You can see there a future multi-use room gym space, which would then demolish the existing one as well, opening up the center of that campus, but also providing a more adequate facility for the school.
Aaron, I just want to speak to that too, on that place there, and people would need to look at that. We have presented on this before, over a year ago, but I did get a question about this last week from a board member. Well, what about that multi-use building? Could that just be renovated, thus avoiding the cost of building a new future multi-purpose gym and delivering on that? And the question is, yes, and it depends. I think what people will remember is when we originally did engagement on this, people were concerned at the time that you didn't have good visibility, and I sat with Aaron was that Tuesday, we sat in Aaron's office, and I said, hey, look, the reason, just so you know if this comes up, the reason why we had suggested removing in a phase 3, moving the multi-use room was so that you could have visibility to the field. Because what came up is, hey, the multi-use room is maybe insufficient, and it also impacts the visibility. That said, I want to acknowledge that some people said, well, maybe we don't have the money for it. Can't we work for it this way? Can't we just get it done and not wait for another bond and a phase 3? Absolutely. And that would be part of something that we would talk about in phase 2 and look at trade-offs with other parts of phase 2. I just wanted to put a pin in that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it was really around it not really being, ideal or adequate for the site. It's also not really feasible to add on to that existing building because of the structural system and the roof shape. It doesn't really lend itself to that at all. Okay, so the building, the phase 1 building itself has 7 classrooms in it, arranged kind of in this U shape to create a sheltered courtyard on the north side, but also to really maximize the views of the views to the ocean, the beautiful views from that amazing site there at El Granada. So we have new music and art classrooms on the top right, 2 classrooms there paired with a breakout space, a science lecture space, and then the same kind of 2 classrooms on the other side, and then gender-neutral restrooms and support spaces on the top left as well. And then surrounding that is really site improvements like a student garden, outdoor learning courtyards on the outside facing the ocean as well, and then covered walkway that connects all that on the north side, on the sheltered side of the building. So really responding to the kind of the unique setting and the unique environmental conditions that you have there at El Granada.
I do also want to say, just to toot your horn, QKA has a long history of being working on school districts on the coast and dealing with coastal conditions. If I'm not mistaken, Fort Bragg, Pacifica, here.
Mendocino, yep, and then at Hatch as well, on the kindergarten classrooms there.
So, so there's part of that, and that has to do with like the fact that things rust out, et cetera, et cetera. But I also will say on this piece, just because I'm playing devil's advocate, I had heard in the PTO meeting, I think Annette was saying it, hey, we actually teach art and music in our classrooms. Why do we have these dedicated classrooms? So I do think there is some kind of like concern, hey, if we're going to designate the science lecture, the art, and the music, remember in the original sit down on that, we had heard, oh, there's a value in that. But certainly I think now that we're going to start the bidding process, look at phase 2, we can also, and I talked to Mark, your colleague Mark Quattrochi, about this last week also, and Aaron, you and I have discussed it too. Those classrooms could be used for any kind of classroom.
Absolutely. Yeah, they're designed to be flexible. They have some special, sinks and things like that to support those programs, but those wouldn't get in the way for using it as a 4th grade classroom or something else.
And the thing that I always say is, look, we always talk about this. It's hard to please all the people all the time, right? But there's nice to haves and there's need to haves. Certainly, if we were to sit down again, and we're making a commitment to do so with El Granada stakeholders to talk about this, there's no reason why those classrooms couldn't be just classrooms.
So this is a rendering of that building looking from the campus courtyard back towards the building. This is actually kind of the future rendering when the new multi-use room is there. The existing multi-use room would kind of be on the right side of this view. So you can see that sheltered courtyard and the walkway around there kind of creating that space protected from the wind and the fog coming off the ocean so that there's a nice outdoor space for students. You can see, starting on the left there, the music classroom, which actually has a roll-up door that opens out onto the playground, providing some performance opportunities as well. And then a number of features that we've built into that. We talked about the protected courtyards already. The roofs are all facing south so that they're ready for solar as well. In the future, we have those corner windows that look out to the ocean, but they also have kind of protected niche spaces within the classroom that are part of that to create kind of smaller, more intimate, more contemplative spaces for students to do quieter activities as well. And then as well having what we call clear story windows or the high windows on the north that let balanced daylight in on that side so the classrooms can really be used without artificial light, which is a much better learning environment as well. So thinking about all those things at every aspect of the design too.
thank you. And yeah, no, that's great, Aaron. I think we'll take these questions at the end. And I think knowing the crowd, it's probably going to be mostly for you and not for Brian. But Brian, Studio W's principal, will talk about Fairlawn View Elementary School Phase 1 and Phase 2 outcomes. And we have tried to, just so you know, what we did also is we put in Phase 1 and Phase 2 on these drawings. And Brian, thank you to you and Michelle for clarifying what is Phase 1 and Phase 2 for the Fairlawn View, because we know that's not all getting done at the same time either.
Well, good evening, members of the board. Brian Whitmore, Studio W Architects. Very pleased to be here this evening. So what you see here is the proposed site plan for Fairlawn View's elementary school modernization project. If you may recall, going back to the beginning of this project, we had put together, for lack of a better term, a campus master plan to try to identify really a holistic way to approach the modernization to this facility and really look at all aspects of the campus. So we actually had originally a 3-phase focus on this campus, and there wasn't a whole lot of magic to that. It was really just looking at individually the 3 separate permanent built buildings with the idea that, inevitably we would modernize all bits of this campus, including all of the playground areas and the outdoor activity spaces, as well as the parking and drop-off. That got pulled back a little bit to Phase 1 and Phase 2 with the idea of budgetary reasons. Roughly speaking, we had a budget of approximately $20 million, and it was identified that the focus be on Phase 1 and Phase 2 with the idea that front area of the campus, obviously the parking, the drop-off, and a lot of the areas that surround that front area, that centralized quad area, as well as some of the outdoor socialization and activity areas around those buildings could be modernized. Building C, Phase 3, was really a lot of the support spaces, so learning resource and STEM type spaces that would ultimately support Phase 1 and Phase 2. But Phase 1 and Phase 2 enable the school to get all of the main classrooms modernized. So in effect, all of the classroom facilities that are going to be used by the students there because of the population that's currently there at Fairlawn View will have access to new modernized classrooms in both the buildings, Building A and then Building B, along with the administration, of course, as well as the multi-purpose facility. One of the great things that you have at this campus, of course, is the flexibility of what we call Building D, which is really that group of portable buildings. The idea is that you can move temporarily students and administrators into those buildings for a period of time while we facilitate the construction in Phase 1, so Building A. So the administration, the students would move back into Building D during that construction, so that construction can happen during the school year. Once that happens, they move in, and then construction happens then in Phase 2. So moves on into Building B, the multipurpose, the classrooms in that portion, and then we can work on those exterior improvements that go along with that. So Phase 1, Building A, is the administrative building, as well as the classrooms that surround that area. One of the things that we wanted to focus on here, in particular with the administration area, was site safety and site security. And so we're reconfiguring the administration area so that you're really forced to come into the administration during the hours of operation of the school. If you're familiar with the campus now, you've got that little portal between Buildings A and Buildings B. You can effectively go through that portal, and if someone's not watching carefully enough, you could venture into the rest of the campus and not really have anybody notice you. So one of the things that we're doing, and you can see that, I think this is the pointer here, kind of down in the corner, is to facilitate the idea of a lobby area, a reception area that enables you to go into that building so that the portal next to that really closes down and locks with gates after the hours of pickup, or excuse me, of drop-off and before the hours of pickup there. So it enables you to do that. All of the classrooms in this space, this includes a couple of kindergarten spaces, special needs classroom, and then 3 other traditional classrooms as well, of course, modernized restroom facilities and other support spaces, are really all going to be gutted. So the entire interior of that building is going to be transformative in terms of all of the types of environments. We're looking at, obviously, new furnishings, new finishes, the teaching walls in each one of the spaces, as was mentioned earlier, all new lighting, electrical systems, mechanical systems. So it's really taking the bones of these buildings and transforming them into new facilities. You can see there, this is actually part of Phase 2. But one of the things that we noted early on in the process when we gone out, looked at this campus in terms of design, was sort of that underutilized outdoor space that was in between the buildings. It's really a quad area that's sort of solid concrete now that's exposed. One of the things that the site committee really wanted to do was say, how can we activate that? How can we make that more useful? And one of the ways was, of course, to provide protection so that in inclement weather, students could utilize that space. It's immediately adjacent to the multipurpose building. We have a movable wall that opens up, so you have this blur between the outdoor and the indoor of those two spaces. So it really acts like an outdoor lunch area, just as much as an outdoor learning area there in the center of the campus. And we have translucent panels that also make that a very nice space during the nice weather, the sunny days, certainly that you would have. In phase 2, so moving away from building A into building B, we modernized the multipurpose facility. That includes the renovation of the kitchen area. And then the remaining classrooms that are part of building B, there's another 4 classrooms in that area, some intervention spaces, and the restroom facilities that serve that building. On the upper left-hand side there, you see the improvements that are proposed for the interior of the multi-purpose space. Kind of more of a focus on a more hospitality-like space, so a little bit nicer finishes, more color. The ability for there to be a true serving space for the kitchen, as well as a true cooking kitchen at that location that's much larger than what you have now. Also a focus on the stage area being more practical, larger, and providing more storage for some of the elements that are in that multipurpose building. I think one of the things that, like I mentioned earlier, the site committee was really, and site principal really excited about, was this idea that that multipurpose space could then open up to that covered exterior centralized quad, with the idea that you can utilize that multipurpose space for more special events. And a lot of food service along the nice days can actually happen outside. So that's part of the design. We are also modernizing that entire front parking lot area. We're dedicating an area for drop-off and pickup that's separated from the parking, and that's a site safety measure, really making sure that there aren't cars backing into that drop-off and pickup zone. The other thing that's going to do for you is it's going to improve just the curb appeal of that campus when you approach the campus. And then we do have, I don't think it's shown here, but we have some renderings of the front of the campus that's going to be transformed there. We are utilizing still some of the tiles, the mosaic tiles and the artwork pieces that the students have, and continuing that through the front of the campus. But there will be a new archway element as part of that portal there in between buildings A and buildings B.
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Brian. So I'll step in here again on this piece. These were the summary estimates. This is what we wanted to commit doing, is showing the numbers. Of course, for the board, the purpose of this is to say, hey, phase 1, El Granada is a $25 million, almost $26 million job, and Farallon View Elementary, phases 1 and phase 2, priced currently at $23,400,000, almost $23.5 million. You'll see soft costs and escalation costs are included in that, and I think they may be, look, I think these estimates are usually higher because you're not trying to like have surprises, but you'll have inspection, design, permits, consultants, price increases, inventory issues on all these things, and they're 25% and 9%. You'll see the different infrastructure. You saw the Farallon View solar. All these roofs would be solar ready. They have to be by state law. Everything about this has got to go through Division of State Architect. The new law and legislation says everything has to be solar ready. We will do the same water measures that we've done on other campuses as far as water, low flow toilets, low flow sinks, LED, that stuff, HVAC. Those are all baked into the cake on the new construction on El Granada and on the modernization at Farallon View. You saw originally the parking, fencing, and landscape for Farallon View, about $5 million. Power, water, sewer, and technology for the infrastructure costs up there for El Granada. I think there is ways to think about, some people have suggested, again, I think if you're looking at phase 2, and that is our commitment, hey, let's get started on El Granada on what we prioritized as the buildings, the portables that are falling down. They're not falling down, okay? I'm being, they're pretty bad. So, I mean, look, I think I told the PT, and that I appreciate, I appreciate you saying that our raccoon friends are helping us keep the building up there, and The struggle is real. And I will tell you, when I interviewed for the job, I think I told the PTO at El Granada this last week, when I interviewed for the job with this board, the first time I met them, I had a lunch break, and I went up to Farallon View after I'd been to the high school. In the high school, I was like, ooh, I'm on a community college campus. Look at these facilities, how beautiful. And then I went to El Granada and Farallon View, and I was like, oh my, these modulars are kind of old. And we know that that needs to happen. So hopefully everybody understands what our priority for El Granada was, 7 new classrooms, including that toilet room. I think that'll be a huge improvement. I do think that the open question for us in the presentation, and what I heard particularly from my friend Doug Machado, Doug, I'm sorry if I call you my friend. You're friendly to me, my brother from another mother. Okay, so I say that with love and respect. So Doug has sort of said, well, wait a second, what about phase 2? And I want to point that out. That's kind of the elephant in the room. Again, what I said earlier is we got done, or rather our architects and the engagement process got done sort of 2 buckets of work, a 25 million bucket in El Granada and a 23 million bucket in Farallon View. But it does beg the question, well, what's phase 2 going to be? And are you going to have money for it? That's what I've heard is the bottom line question. And what I want to say is, look, if you think about this just from my standpoint, like someone who's not looking at it on a deep level, but just looking at it like even on a basic level. If you're spending about 23 million at Farallon View and there's about 200 students, and you have a little over 300 students at El Granada, I reckon that you've got another $10 to $15 million coming in phase 2 for El Granada. And so the commitment that I made to the PTO at El Granada, and I want the board to hear it, is that I'm going to be recommending a phase 2. It's in here for El Granada, and we will spend the next year looking at those trade-offs and really getting those cost estimates so we can present that to the board. But I do know that there is some anxiety caused. I wouldn't say anxiety. That's probably psychopathologizing it. There is some nervousness caused for my friends at El Granada about are you gonna leave us hanging without a phase 2? And my commitment would be I am recommending to the board that we do that, but we need some time to figure out what that phase 2 looks like. If I look at the summary schedules, this was the other thing, and I want to just say, I think the presentations came out a little differently, and so I wanted to make sure that this was very standardized. Doug said, hey, that Farallon View box about how this goes, I'd like that to look how it looks for ours. Because honestly, Doug has some experience as a contractor. So he's like, looking at costs and timeline. Makes sense. I think the same way. So we took pains last week when we were working on the project again, 2 weeks ago, to make sure that this looked the same, that the font was the same, that the design phase dates was the same. And what you'll see there is that El Granada and Farallon View, really they both are in move-in stages July to August of 2024. We would have ahead of us the construction documents at El Granada are completed, design development, construction documents. Here we are with Farallon View. DSA would be approving those around the same time. Actually, DSA is a little ahead of for El Granada. For construction, you both have May 23, June 23, end of July 24. We would do the bidding process in the spring, and that would be led by our Chief Business Officer. So thank heavens that Jesus, you're back, because I will say that I've missed you. And I'm glad that Jesus will help us with the bidding project. So finally, the next steps ahead, and I think this is sort of like the big piece and sort of my commitment. And the reason why I wanted to MC this tonight, after talking about it with our principals, was I wanted to make sure that if there were tomatoes thrown, I'm the guy, the buck stops here. I wanted to explain it. That's why I wanted to go to the PTO meeting last Wednesday when I got called. I wanted to make sure that the next steps are clear. Tonight, I'm asking and recommending the board approve cost estimates and schedules as proposed on pages 11 and 12 that I just went through. so we can get started with submission of construction documents ASAP to the Division of State Architect, so that we can go to the construction bidding process in the new year in '23, and that would be supervised by Jesus, as I already said. And then, this is my promise and my commitment to my friends at El Granada Elementary School, is that architects from QKA, Chief Business Officer Jesus Contreras and staff would engage again, simultaneous as to those other three things with El Granada stakeholders to review and provide input on phase 2 and the modernization of the existing stick-built buildings. Look, I don't want to embarrass Annette, but Annette, kind of took me to task at the PTO meeting last week, and I appreciate it. And I said, we've got to talk. And I shared with Annette that I'd been talking to CCP Executive Director May Clark about this, because Annette has a vision of early childhood education being together on that part of the campus. I think we can look at that. I think we need to look at that for TK and for kindergarten on the El Granada campus. I know that would be good for Erin. I know that would be good for our early childhood education needs. And I was talking to May Clark because there is a building there. They have a building. They share property with us. So I've been talking to her about it today at the Big Lift meeting in recent weeks. I do think that that next step of phase 2 is really looking at that pink map. And let me just go back here. You're like, please, Sean, shut up. But if you look at the pink map, and this is what, people are saying, hey, that's phase 2, right? Well, look, that needs to be said. We need to sit down and talk about what's nice to have and what's a need to have. And I think we need to commit to looking at that again. So that is part of this next steps piece. If I can get to that slide, about sitting and providing more input on phase 2, simultaneous to us getting the DSA approvals, getting the bids, and while we're in construction, spending the time with El Granada staff, because if we didn't get phase 2 completely fleshed out, we will take time to do that. Then temporary housing for students and staff provided before construction starts, you would have to have that. Both Aaron and Brian have spoken to that a little bit. On the El Granada job, it's putting portables down. And on the Fairlawn View job, it's using those portables on the back, the building D. And then construction at the end of the day, and the big picture is scheduled to be completed for move-in by summer of 2024. So I want to wind up giving the community the opportunity to speak and public speakers to speak to this. Then the board can discuss it, and then hopefully the board will move to accept or deny my recommendation for approving what we just presented on slides 11 and 12.
Thank you. We do have a public comment. Brianna LaFontaine, if you could come up at this time.
This is an approval item, Mary Beth. Should we do a motion?
Yeah, so we need to get a motion a second to approve the projects that were just discussed.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Freya. Thank you, Kimberly.
Okay, Brianna, you want to come up?
Okay. Brianna LaFontaine, El Granada community member as of 6 months ago, and El Granada Elementary PTO president. I have something written down, and now I feel like I'm all over the place, and I do not speak well off the cuff, so I'm going to try and stick with this and relate with what I just heard. I want to start off with a quote by Michelle Obama that has stuck with me since I read her book, Becoming, and this is on her quote on Barack's version of her hope early on. It was one thing to get yourself out of a stuck place, I realized. It was another thing entirely to try and get the place itself unstuck. And that has stuck with me since then. I can change one thing for my family, but that is not changing it for the greater good. And so I am here, yes, as an El Granada PTO parent, but as a community member and a CUSD parent. I urge you all, as the governing and voting board, to break down and restrict, for lack of a better word, our remaining bond dollars by school so that what has been promised is guaranteed. I also urge you all to make sure there are meetings created immediately that include all stakeholders and decision makers, including some of you, with the El Granada community so that we can not only get on the same page, but that the El Granada community can be heard in that decision making. We don't feel heard in the current design. It's beautiful, but there are major things that we want you to approve as is, and we think things can be changed, but we do not feel heard in this process. This happened with Farallon View, and you can tell it's wonderful. People are happy. As a co-sider and a CUSD parent, I want all of our schools to thrive. Shout out to Kings Mountain, who is part of this district, and love to see them on the next round. The current promises, as I understand them, is a completed Farallon View at $23 million, a completed El Granada Elementary at $35 to $40 million, and updated work at the high school for about $10 million. There have been a lot of numbers said, and as a very involved community member and someone whose job is budget and purchasing dollars, I am still very confused at what is available and what can be used. I'm also on the oversight committee for our bond and parcel tax dollars. I'm involved and I do not understand the math. So I stand here being a parent leader of an amazing school made up of the numbers you saw in an earlier presentation to vocalize what so many of my community counterparts who cannot make these meetings work. Protect what has been promised and clearly and regularly converse with our El Granada community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments about the presentation from the board?
Thank you for both site presentations. I think we've got beautiful plans. And yes, with El Granada parents here, Aaron, I do have some questions. During your presentation, you mentioned parking lot improvements. What phase were you thinking about?
We just need to make some relatively minor improvements to the parking lot to meet accessibility requirements.
Got it.
So that's what's included in phase one.
Okay, thanks. And then it's the blue section on the map, the site map. We've got the purple building, we've got the pink buildings, and then we have the blue building, which is the new building. And I do realize that Sean has paraphrased the comments that I had earlier because phase 3, we have no budget for at present. And when I walked the campus with Aaron, just notionally, as we pass by the current MU, there's not necessarily all activities, it's not sized for the current school population. And I'm not trying to direct it one way or another, but what might, I just wanted to hold out there, what might be the options of meeting the school population's needs, 320 students, teachers, principal. I understand, the sight lines with the current building. I heard you during the presentation say, oh, but, we can't modify that because of the current structure.
Yeah.
Even sometimes a building can be reinforced or modified I don't know what it would take to do that versus a new building, but what would be the trades of doing something to that building versus building a new building cost-wise?
And we considered that before, and that's why we recommended was part of the plan. We can definitely look at it again as part of the process as we go forward and kind of looking at the priorities and making sure that the needs are met. But it is complicated, especially with that type of building, to be able to expand it, the funny shape, right?
Yeah,
and the way
it's
the
like
roof structure is,
it'd be almost
it
like
doesn't.
2 or 3 sections that would have to be
Yeah.
I
so
get it structurally,
I think
but yeah.
what it ends up with is it ends up being, a large percentage of what the cost would be to replace it, and you wouldn't get as much functionality. And so that's why we recommended what we did. But there's a whole history to that, and those, this should always be a living document and a process that we reevaluate as priorities change, as we get more input. And so that's what we're looking forward to doing for sure. And I think that will be part of that reevaluation as well.
And I guess some of what I've heard, and, it's how can we, knowing what's planned for phase one, knowing that phase two for El Granada hasn't happened yet, I think that's where we still have that flexibility to honor
absolutely
the community's request to be able to identify the needs for the campus. And I know that's been a bit of a changing, a changing landscape from the conversations that happened pre-COVID to the planning that you did. Lots of beautiful site planning and really trying to do everything. And so I really respect the work that your team has done.
Sure. Thank you.
But again, it's thinking about, are there any corners that can be, I shouldn't say corner. Don't cut corners. We have to meet the safety requirements, and not at all. But meaning, how do you right-size decisions? It's like, even when I built a house, I had to change my mind on materials. I went to the one-tile store and saw the really high-end stuff, and then I had to go make other choices that were still going to be sustainable, still going to be, but they had to be better cost-wise.
Yeah. And that's, I think the process that we'll look to go through is really taking a step back, talking about what the needs are on the campus, talking about what those priorities are, and then figuring out how we can best prioritize, best use the funds that we have to meet as many of those as possible. And that's what we do on every project. We've never had a project where there was enough money to do everything everyone wanted.
So that even the phase one decisions, as you're finalizing the design, if something had to shift from phase one to phase two, because there are greater needs or more needs.
Yeah, we can look at, as Sean said, I think especially around the use of the classrooms and things like that, there are things that we can look at. And nothing is, it's all on paper. So it can definitely still be changed. Once it's in the ground and in the air, we can't change it so much, but there's definitely options to reevaluate that as we go forward. And now is the right time to do that, to make sure that, as you said, we're right-sizing it, that we're using, that we're making the best decisions to support the school as much as we can.
Thanks.
We have one more public comment. Could we do that? Could Erica Krein come up, please?
Yes. I have not prepared, so I'm not great under lots of preparations, so I apologize in advance if this comes off feisty, because I usually try to redraft my things so it comes off appreciative, and I appreciate the work that everyone is doing. And just know that the teachers, I've been in education for 25 years, including all the prep that goes into it. And I came here 11 years ago, and they asked me to be on the construction committee. So that's part of why people are a little upset when they keep talking about things taking a long time, just as a point of history, because that was 11 years ago, and nothing has happened. And I had a kindergartner ask me why it was raining in the hallway. So this is a concern. The kids are tripping on things that they shouldn't be there. When I came, I was the lit coach. I was hired as a lit coach. And A11 was the room I was in. It floods, and it rained on the inside. Those problems are still happening, and they're not in any phase. I'm like, what the heck? How is A11 and A10 not in any of the things? That seems troubling. I've been coming to the meetings that I'm invited to come to or that I knew about. I didn't know that there was a PTO meeting that I would have liked to have been a part of. And phase two, to be honest, I appreciate the effort of getting rid of the portables that are falling apart. They truly are horrendous. And there's rusted parts falling off. There's corners that the children are at eye level that they could walk into. The maintenance department has done an amazing job. I mean, I hate to admit that I watch Alaska: The Last Frontier, but they are doing full-size, cobbling together. The maintenance department is doing amazing things with the crumbling building. However, it only houses 4 classrooms, it houses two third-grade classrooms, and those are those 3 banks of buildings. It also houses the HEAL program. It houses the special, the counseling room, a science classroom that is only funded for one class, one grade level, so 5th grade. So only the 5th grade can use the lab, another problem. And then the resource. So I just think there's also the OT room. And I know when we're moving those to portables, we have those, but then the bulk of the classrooms are in phase 2. So I know there's 7, and I know you had mentioned that the music, art, and science, which are not funded by the district, which I know is not, it's a problem that is not entirely your fault. It's, the savage inequalities of public education. However, this is not okay that 14 classrooms or however many I can't even think straight, that all of these pink classrooms in phase 2 didn't make the presentation. I'm just a little flabbergasted, to be honest, and that there's not a timeline. I don't know when is the timeline of phase 2 happening. I'm getting older by the minute. Is this get out now, Erica? Is my family right? I had someone call me. My brother called me and was like, "What are you doing? Why are you still fighting for this district?" I'm like, "Because I love this district." "Why are you at a board meeting, Erica?" "Oh my God, because I care about it. I love it. I think all of our kids are important." And you say that you think it's important, but you're not willing to house the TK and the kinders together or make an early chat. I mean, that is basic things that in the 80s they were having kindergarten and TK together with a kindergarten playground. I mean, this isn't revolutionary. This isn't some big idea that we're having that we'd like the classes together. When I came as a lit coach, and I apologize, I'm making this meeting run longer, but here I go. When I came in as a lit coach, I couldn't find anything because none of the grade levels are near each other. They're all over the place. If you're trying to provide effective intervention in Tier 2 and Tier 3 intervention, which is what we all go to countless PDs, often on our own dime, trying to provide instruction and moving the kids around. It just seems crazy that there's not forethought to plan things these are going to be the TKK classes. We will have intervention and support for, as you mentioned, which El Granada has done since I got there, the designated ELD that's shifted amongst the grade level with interventions helping. But if I'm having to send my 5-year-olds that are needy and my at-promise students where I can't see them, and some of them are frightened and scared, to places across the campus, that does not make sense to me. So I apologize for rambling. I apologize for my emotion, but I'm burnt out and tired. And I'm hoping that we can come together to make decisions that make sense for people who are teachers and educators. The OT person is lovely, and he was like, "I'm so frustrated they wouldn't tell me where the building is gonna be." If you've been in that room, it's magical. They have things that our neediest, some of our neediest kids need to function. And there's a counseling room. I mean, so frustrating. And I apologize because I'm so excited about these plans. But I want it to be approved, like Brianna said. I want it to go forward. I want the changes to happen.
I don't want to cut you off, Erica, but I think we're over time. Thank you.
Look, I just want to speak, if I may, President Alexander, to what Erica just brought up. Earlier in the meeting, I said that we would make a commitment. I had heard the voices and that we would make a commitment to phase 2. Earlier in the meeting, I said that we could look at the classroom configuration of phase 1. Earlier in the meeting, I said that I'd spoken to Annette to talk about, and had spoken with CCP colleagues to talk about exactly what you were talking about with TK and K. I hear your frustration, I heard your frustration, and I said earlier in the meeting that I heard it and that we will make plans for it. I know Aaron Jobson, Mark Quattrochi, and Lyanne Schuster are not going to hear this as architects as anything but a human challenge and a design challenge. And so the commitment we would have and the commitment that we are making and that Aaron and his colleagues will make is to work with you to address these issues. Because again, it is just on paper. I do think, Erica, that it is interesting that you say that 11 years ago you were on a construction committee and look what happens. I do think this is emblematic, if I can pull back from my personal position here, which I have not been in the weeds in those meetings last year with Claire Beltrami and with your team. But if I pull back from this table, I will say that, it's the Langston Hughes quote, what happens to a dream deferred? It is completely, in my mind, unfathomable that we would have done so much work in one school and left El Granada and Farallon View hanging. And it is a frustration that I've heard for the past 3 years. And it's one also that I had to wrestle with, knowing that we did not have a reasonable facilities master plan and that we needed to go through that process and needed to look at some things to make sure that we were going to be able to answer Brianna's question, sort out and put the money where it needs to be. Because I do think that the money really doesn't need to be at Hatch Elementary. It doesn't really need to be at Cunha Intermediate. It does really need to be at El Granada and Farallon View. And back to Brianna's comments about Kings Mountain, look, in the last parcel tax, we made a commitment to, I wasn't here for it, but the commitment was to keep all the schools open. So there is an opportunity for us ahead to look at this. It is, I'm not going to say it's unacceptable, because I have to accept it. I have to work through it. I have to listen to you, and I have to hear you say it's unacceptable, and I have to say, I'm here, I hear you, and we're trying to make a commitment going forward in the year ahead to try to solve some of these thorny problems. That area with TK and the PTO classrooms, that is sort of, say, PTO office there, it is entirely possible that we would be able to work with our architects to design a place where you could have what you and Annette want. But it will take us time to sit and look at what is possible with the configuration we have. And all I can say is that we've gone through this process. There was a listening process, and it isn't by any means perfect, and we have to go back to the drawing board, but that's what I hear our QKA colleagues saying they will do and commit to doing. And I guess I told Doug a couple weeks ago when I talked to him, I was glad that he was calling me. I wasn't happy to hear what I'd heard, and yet I'm here and we are committed to continue working through it. I hear Brianna loud and clear too, that, okay, you want a reckoning, you're on the bond committee. Mr. Contreras, I think, can bring for the board an analysis of the amount of money we have in the bond remaining, and what these plans, if they are approved by the board, will entail, and what the money left going forward would be. I do think El Granada and Farallon View, particularly the phase ones that have, well, this phase one is particularly identified as probably the neediest spot in the district. And that's why that was prioritized. That said, do you need a music classroom? And I just want to correct too, for the record, when we say that the district doesn't pay for music and art, it does. We took that from the PTOs and we paid for music for minors. We paid for Art in Action. We paid for the HEAL project this year. That's coming off the district's time to be equal opportunity. You may add more to it as a PTO, but we provide music for minors. We provide Art in Action, the funding for that, and we provide HEAL project. That was our agreement with the PTO last year. So if it is the case that you guys see more value as educators, classroom educators, not to have the music space, not to have the art space, and not to have the science space as envisioned in phase one, I will remember that I was in the original engagement, and it was over a year and a half ago, with El Granada, where it was, oh, we dreamt of what we wanted as priorities, a dedicated music space, a dedicated art space, and a dedicated science space. But I heard Annette very loud and clear at the PTO meeting. We do art in our classroom.
I did not fill out the paper, and I do. We do art in our classroom. My point was, and I've said it at almost every meeting, at a building committee meeting, for which I, not to, no, passing no judgment on you, have never seen this gentleman.
No, I'm filling in a little bit.
Okay.
I've been involved.
So never seen him. So to hear this
Diana
come
marked her
out,
both out.
every single meeting I went to, I said, don't understand why we have allotted so much room for an art room and a music room. I understand that was our big hope when we very first dreamt of this new school. But I feel like our need is for our classroom.
I hear you, Annette. I hear you. No, I hear you loud and clear, and that's why I'm bringing it up. Look, you didn't fill out. Okay, and I'm bringing up the elephant in the room because you and I spoke. I'm just saying, I'm bringing it up. I think we should talk about what needs to be talked about. Look, my recommendation still is to go forward and allocate the money for phase one and phase two. That is my recommendation because we have to get started on this work. And we need to put in the plans to DSA to get it approved. Because what happens to a dream deferred? I don't know what the Langston Hughes poem says. It explodes. And that's what you're seeing tonight. And I hear you. And I'm not defensive about it. I'm here to tell you that I came here to deal with this kind of thing. I came here to listen to you. I got involved and presented on this presentation tonight because I want to make a commitment to doing it. Brianna, you want more engagement? I hear it loud and clear. Aaron and his team, Lyanne, Mark, they have told us that they will do so. We will engage them to do so. And I have no problem in my mind whatsoever, and I'm not attached to it. If that art, music, and science space needs to be turned in regular classrooms, we'll do it. And then you'll have 7 educators, full-time educators in those classrooms. And that's kind of what I hear underneath this. And then my big commitment is, and it's been my commitment, how do we take care of the early childhood education needs, knowing that there's a vision there that is deferred. So look, I think that's the end of public comment. The board may have more questions. I wanted to say to you, the people who were impacted most by these decisions, we hear you. I have made pains to work on this presentation myself personally with the architects this last week to answer a lot of questions. That said, we know that your priorities, and I think I hear that Aaron will go back and we'll figure out how to make that 7 classrooms and propose that as 7 classrooms instead of dedicated music, art, and science space. And really, that's okay by me because music, art, and science should be integrated into our classrooms, and they are.
Sean, can I direct this back to the board and get some
Please.
questions going? Okay, and I don't think we should be making decisions on changing them to classrooms. We need, just because a couple comments, I don't know, I feel like. Anyway, let's go back to, well, I am happy, but there's a lot of other parents at that school too, and I haven't had any feedback from many people at all. So it's fine, but what we're here is to get some business done. And I'd like to direct this back to the board to ask some questions of our architects here. I'm happy to talk to people, just email me, call me. I'm happy to talk to the public, and I want to know what the public thinks, but this is not the forum for me to engage with the public. It's to hear your comments, and then please email me, we'll meet, I'll have coffee, whatever. Kim has a question.
Thank you. So just for clarification, on the El Granada site, and this question then is for Sean, based on a Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3, as we see it pictorially, the Phase 3, right now, we have no money. We have no money planned for a Phase 3.
That's right. I mean, when we talked about this with Facilities Master Plan, and this is a year and a half, 2 years ago originally, before we started getting into the meetings to talk about Phase 1 in particularly, which there's still some, urge to do differently. We always said, and that's why it says in the map, future multipurpose room. As I said earlier in the meeting, that Phase 3 would have really been for the multipurpose room to move, because at the time we had heard it interferes with the sight lines for the kids on the field. And so that was the notion, okay, well, you'll improve the multipurpose room, make a new multipurpose gym area, because we'd heard that that would be good for PE during inclement weather, and there would be the outdoor space there. We can make it work without the multipurpose room and look to that, but no, Phase 3 was never funded. Phase 3, you didn't have enough money for Phase 3 for either this one or Farallon View. No.
Thanks. And I was just trying to clarify that piece so that for planning purposes, they can ideate and do what is best with the dollars available for Phase 2.
Absolutely.
So thank you for all of the PTO reps and teachers that are representing other parents as well here. Thank you.
So I just want to say, I have to say I'm a little bit confused why there's so much controversy about this plan, because facilities master planning is an iterative process. And so we started, as you said, Sean, what, a year and a half?
Over a year, yeah, oh yeah.
So again, like rewind a lot. Many of us still had kids in elementary school. Your kids might have even still been here when we ran this bond initially. It was on the heels of the issues at Cunha Building C. And so that bond was run, right? Remind us, Freya, of the history.
Well, we ran 2 bonds. So
Well, the most recent one.
the most recent one was, it was after the Cunha, but it wasn't specifically for Cunha.
Right.
Yeah.
So it wasn't specific clearly because it was $99 million.
Yeah.
So it was after. Oh, sorry. Thank you. So after Building C became apparent needed to be remediated, we ran the $99 million bond, which gave us kind of a quick chunk of money to fix that urgently, because we had many, many, many classrooms here at Cunha that were not available. So that was an urgent need. And so ideally, of course, ideally, as you said, Sean, best practice is have your facilities master plan first, so you have a sense of how much money you're going to need for everything that you want.
Well, let's just clarify. We had a facility master plan before we ran the second bond. We had done you were not on the board at the time.
But it wasn't part, well, okay.
It was a facility master plan done by Tony Rorick. And just because Jane Euster maybe didn't follow through on it, we had one. And it had what we were going to do at El Granada and Farallon View and Hatch. And that is what created the phasing. And I agree that it's taken forever. I mean, when I first passed the bond, I was in some hope that my children would benefit. And, they're graduating from high school, so, we're done. Yeah. But the reason why we started with Hatch at the time was because at the time, Hatch was the most needed. I mean, it looks great now, but at the time, it was similarly or worse than El Granada and Farallon View. Mm-hmm. But then it has taken a while to get to this next part of the phase.
Yes, and that is the crux of my point, is to say this planning process is iterative. And so the first really critical step was the facilities master plan. When we looked and with the detailed numbers, and Jesus, I believe, was part of that, and said we have X dollars left, and this is what we high-level plan to do with it. Roughly this much for this project, for this project, for this project, plus all the other infrastructure stuff like roofs, paving, stuff that's going to happen that we can't predict because stuff always happens. So that's like the first step. And then we go through like multiple layers. And there's a lot of community input throughout that process. And it's like, it is just iterative. I think that's the key. And I think when we see things on drawings like this, like until you build it, it's not done, right? Like there's always room for conversation. And to me, I feel like I would love to see kind of more of a coming together around, okay, so there's some different ideas, and anyone that's ever like even, not even remodeled rooms in their home, but like anyone ever work with their spouse on like redecorating a room, like, it can be pretty hard with one other person, right? Here we have like basically hundreds of families and staff in, living together, and we're building buildings for the next 50 years, at least, right? Like I hope more than 50 years. So this is like a long-term process. And to me, like if we need to really come together and it can be very emotional, but I also would encourage us all to really look at one another as partners in this with the same goal of creating facilities that will last for the next, not only our needs today, but the needs in the future. So I appreciate the many points that you guys raised about flexibility to say, yeah, it's designated as an art room, but like you were very clear, that can be changed if we need it to be changed. Like we're not approving the designs tonight. We're approving the cost estimates and the timelines for the purposes of submission to DSA. Those could also change, right? If something comes up, we change them. We just have conversations, we work together, we figure it out. We have questions, we ask. Sometimes things are known, sometimes they're not. And sometimes we have to just estimate them. That's how projects of this scale work. So I just want to say that because I think that to me like is really how we can move forward together. And, it's not always going to be all of what all of us want, but, that goes for the 5 of us too, right? Like it's a majority rule what we do. So I think that's the main thing. I just want to also say thank you. You mentioned, I think, Sean, a couple times about like using other grant funding for things like solar power and whatnot. So I also appreciate the creativity to say, we're going to focus on the priorities. And again, if we don't prioritize something, we prioritize nothing.
Well, I do think there's an order of operations. I do think Freya is and I say this with love and respect, the historian of the group, and she remembers there was a facilities master plan for the district, and it became outdated. And when I came to the district, I was like, hey, the numbers aren't great. It's all over the place. We need to focus it on El Granada and Farallon View, and we need to have a demographer's report that's going to tell us what the right size option is because the enrollment has dropped. So there is an order of operations. My thing is this. What's going to be good enough, I think, for this, and what I hear from the folks at El Granada, whether the parents, families, teachers here tonight, which is, I don't hear you saying we should stop the presses and not proceed. What I hear you saying is, hey, we need to proceed, but we need to go back to the table. And so Brianna, I see you nodding, and so I just want to make sure I'm checking for understanding and making sure that, I'm getting it, and I've been trying to get it. So I am committed, and that's what that last slide about next steps was, and that's why I put it in there. That's the Doug Machado, Brianna LaFontaine, Erica Krein, Annette slide, which is, we'll go back. And that's what I've been saying here tonight, and that's what Aaron is committed to with his colleagues. We'll go back with you because we can get phase 1 drawings submitted to DSA and start to get construction bids and have you guys make the decision, no, you know what? We'd really like those 3 dedicated classrooms for music, art, and if that's what the people want.
Yeah, I think my point was that's not our job tonight to talk to the public and decide if those, when someone storms out of the room for something I said, I want to clarify. Our job here is to decide if we're going to approve phase 1. And instead we're arguing with the public about if we want it to be an art or a science room. That's not my job, but that's what I was saying. Let's bring this back because we don't need to be having, our job is to,
I'm so sorry. With respect, I'm exhausted.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for voicing Erica, we will be talking. Annette, we will be talking.
I'm so sorry.
You do not need to apologize. It is all fine. Thank you for speaking tonight. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you for saying it. Look, I think it is back to what President Alexander said, and I want to get this right. What I asked and what the action item is to approve the cost summaries and the timelines on pages 11 and 12. That is the order of operations for the board. That's their big picture item. That's what you're approving. And President Alexander, that's exactly what we're calling to question. I'm calling the question tonight. Can we get on with this?
I would love to get on with it. I am dying to get on with it. I'm tired of looking at, are we going to do it? Are we going to? I'm dying to. But we're having public arguments about phase one. Like, do we need to pull Fairlawn View out and approve it? And
I do not hear that. I do not hear that.
Later?
I do not hear that. Now, that is an option, though, if we had enough, and I did share this with people before. If we needed to bifurcate this and just approve Fairlawn View, you could, but I'm not hearing that. I am making a recommendation. And I feel like I'm trying to be a pretty good listener in the room here and in the PTO. I'm not hearing Doug Machado or Brianna LaFontaine or the teacher saying, stop the presses. What I'm hearing is, let's go back and look at it. And that's what I'm recommending we do as a next step. But what I'm calling the question for the board tonight is, will you approve our proposed timeline and schedules so that we can move forward with getting our drawings approved by DSA and go to bid?
Yeah, okay, I agree. And I'm glad we got the public input. That's what we need, but we don't need to be arguing about it. Anyone else have any questions for the architects or comments for board? Okay.
Mary Beth, should we clarify our motion?
Our motion is to, well, go ahead, Fred.
There we go, I got it. Okay. Our motion is to approve what was put on those 2 pages. So it's the cost estimates for phase 1 and 2 and the plans moving forward for Fairlawn View, the cost estimates, and moving forward immediately on phase 1, subject to immediate changes that might need to be made before plans, and moving forward on phase 2 in the planning part of the process for an additional $15 million. That is my understanding of what we are approving tonight.
And I think we're also doing the infrastructure for phase 2 for El Granada. Is that right?
Everything is on page 11 and page 12.
Okay.
Yeah, I would just clarify to say, just very simply, we're approving everything on slide 11 and 12, because I think there's the part about approving phase 2 for 15 million is not on here, and I don't think we're ready to approve that.
Again, I would hope that the board would give us some overarching approval and trust staff to work through the process and report back if there are changes. But I think what I've heard from El Granada stakeholders, I haven't heard anything from Fairlawn View stakeholders about their concerns about this. But, you know, it's a different job, you know? Yeah. So, and this is a bigger job. So it's more complex. So I'm just asking for, I think the recommendation on the memo as I wrote it was, and what I saw on next steps is approves, you know, the concept of summary costs and timelines on slides 11 and 12.
Yeah, and I just want to reiterate, and I think the staff is doing this, is that we need to take the public comments into consideration, and I think you are, but I just want to make sure, because it is PTO people that are representing all the parents there and, you know, other stakeholders, so.
Well, what I also will say too, and I take this to heart, it is not typical standard practice that when we're going to do this kind of engagement that we are going to engage neighbors in every community meeting. And how do you know, it's the old political science question, who speaks for whom?
Hey, Sean?
Can I just finish my sentence, please? And so on this issue, I just want to say that what we're committing to is going back, and that was on the next step slide, architects, chief business officer, and staff to meet with El Granada stakeholders. And for me, after speaking with Doug, and I'm just laying it out there, I'm just saying what, you know, I know, and what I said to the PTO group meeting last week is I'd like a couple representatives from the PTO as they decide it, to serve as parent representatives, since they've asked for more input on this. And I think we need to, instead of inviting people, we probably need to dedicate certain people to say, hey, they want to be in the room, and we're going to look at it again. But ostensibly, we're trying to approve phase one for El Granada so we can get the basic schematic there approved so it can be built, and then we can dedicate the classrooms otherwise. I'm sorry, Kim, if I'm interrupting you. No, that's fair.
The clarification is, the way I heard Freya summarize, I understand we're approving page 11 and 12. You had said earlier you would expect it to be maybe another 15,000 more for El Granada phase 1 and 2, because we don't have plans for phase 2 for El Granada. Respectfully, should we increase that number?
Well, maybe the way to do it is similar to how we set out the requirement. When we sent these guys, this is what we have to spend on these schools. What can you do with it, right? Maybe we need to approve that additional 15 million, not with any particular plans, but now what can you do with phase 2 with that amount of money so that that can get started right away? That was my understanding from what you had presented.
Well,
so my question, I guess that's the question of Kim, I think, is the clarification is, are we including that amount, or is that then a much longer process?
Look, you know how I work. I work in some ways by hunch and some ways by science. Kim, you're the same way. You're a scientist, but you have some hunches, and we're talking about this. I did say when we were looking at the summary estimates, if you look at this and you just play it out like there's 300, a little over 300 students at El Granada and 200 students more or less at Fairlawn View, by a factor of another third, you probably know there's going to be another X amount of dollars. What I don't want to do is ask the board to approve. That's not what I'm asking for. I'm asking the board to approve those summary estimates and those summary costs with basically our discussion to say we know that phase 2 is going to cost more, but I don't want to tie the hands of phase 2. No, yeah, I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, so then the clarification would be as soon as phase 2 is fleshed out, you come back with that estimate as soon as possible so we can move out and approve that.
I do think that, but I think we do run the risk of paralysis of analysis where if we get into another process and it takes a year to go through phase 2, look, we said we would do this simultaneously, but I want to get started with this because there's homework to do, because look, what I would hate to do is that I'm just saying, mess around with this, not approve this tonight, and then all of a sudden Fairlawn View gets built and El Granada can't get built. That's going to screw me up. I agree with you, Kim. So again, those summary estimates and the timelines that were on page 12, or if that's 11 or 12, I can't read it. That's what I basically said we would approve. That would be the next step. If you look at the next step slide, sorry, Rosie, thank you. The next steps, if you see it, a board approval of cost estimates and schedules is proposed on pages 11 and 12, and I think that was the motion I heard.
Yep, I second that motion. He just said we need a second.
No, I think that was what
He said we heard them. Okay, I'm going to make a motion to, just to redo, because there was confusion. I'm going to make a motion to approve the summary estimates on slide 11, as shown on slide 11, and the summary schedules as shown on slide 12. Do we have a second? Freya seconds. Okay. Freya second.
Thank you, Sophia, and thank you, Freya. Should we move to vote? Okay. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. Thank you. Passes 5-0.
I want to thank the board, and I want to thank Brianna, and I want to thank Doug, and I want to thank members of the El Granada community, and I want to thank our principals of Studio W and QKA architects, Brian and Aaron. Thank you for coming tonight and making this. I know you have long drives ahead, so thank you very much. And I'm hopeful that we will get back to the engagement that we promised you.
All right, moving on to item 6C, update on CUSD equity audit. This is a presentation. Dr. Bhatia.
This will be a short presentation. As you know, our equity warrior, Dr. McFetridge, and you, dear board members, I just always feel blessed to work in a district that isn't afraid to really take those, have those hard conversations to ensure that equity is taking place. So this presentation is basically an update of all the amazing work that has already started with our equity plan. And so here's basically an overview of the work that is being done. And so on the left, you're going to see the equity audit. And then there's a strategic planning process. And so we're working with Insight Education Group. And again, the two services that you see here and the equity audit. Equity audit is made up of a few things. One, surveys that have been already sent out. And again, I applaud the school sites that have also engaged in drives to ensure that our at-promise families are receiving hard copies of the survey. In addition to the surveys, the equity audit also is including a very detailed view of multiple data points and documents. And so all of those have been submitted to the audit group, and they'll be taking the next few months and looking at that data. And lastly, the equity audit will include focus groups, and I'll talk to you a little bit more about that in a second. And that equity audit is basically, the work started in October, and it probably will taper down latest January of 2023, but possibly December. The focus groups will begin in December. We've already invited our CUTA and CSEA partners. And then also individual emails will be sent out before Thanksgiving for members to be a part of particular focus groups. On the right, you're going to see the strategic plan and the strategic planning process. Once the data is analyzed and of the surveys, of the data, the documents, practices, and policies, as well as data from the focus groups. There are mainly going to be groups no more than 10, and also some individual interviews. Then we're going to take that data, and there's going to be a cohort of about 30 members that will engage in a strategic planning process starting January and all the way to approximately April. And so we're very lucky to work with Insight Education Group that has the experience of working on both equity audit strategic plan. And here's just the quote that they use where they're really looking at breaking down barriers to ensure that access is given to all students, effective instruction, fair policies, and processes. Okay, now in this slide, to see it here, you basically have, this is an overview of the Insight Education Group. And basically what you are going to see, the similarities in the 6 areas where they do help educational organization is you're going to see how to break down the barriers of anti-racism, how to ensure there's racial equity in all of the work that we do, cultural competence, and how to support us with breaking down unintentional policies that may be tracking our students. And so this is an overview of the work that the Insight Education Group is helping us with. Here you are going to have a hyperlink. So those that would like to look at more of the framework that Insight Education, and this was a previous, if you want to look at more details of the 6 areas where Insight Education works on, you can take a click on the hyperlink. And in here, you are going to see the 4 expectations and services that Insight Education Group provides educational LEAs and educational organizations. For Cabrillo Unified, we are looking at the 2nd and the 4th bullet. Again, as I mentioned, the 2nd bullet is the strategic planning that's happening starting in January. And the last one is a comprehensive audit of equity practices.
Dr. Bhatia, if I may, I'm just going to take my privilege as superintendent, as your boss, God bless you. I know it's hard to jump in here. I want to remind the board and the public that when we brought the contract for the Insight Education Group last year, It was a goal of ours to engage in an equity audit, that the board was interested in doing that. Lizette Cortez and Sophia Lane and I all attended AXA, or California School Boards Association Equity Symposium, and came up with an equity statement that the board then tweaked and we brought back, and that was approved. And then there was an interest in an equity audit. It took us, I want to say 6 months, 8 months of looking at different providers for a strategic plan. And then we discovered that Insight Education Group had worked down the road with Pescadero La Honda. And I do also want to say Insight Education Group, if you go to that link, you will see that they've also worked, I believe, with Charlotte, North Carolina. They've done national services. They are a well-regarded group, and that's what they do, and that they could package the equity audit and a strategic plan in the same way. So I just want to concentrate that, and I will just make this statement too. It was more economical and more efficient and more to the board's liking for us to work this way. The board reviewed, I want to say, I think I sent you last year 3 different proposals. This proposal came in at less money, included the equity audit and the strategic plan. So I just want to point that out. When you see the bullets there, development of professional learning, comprehensive audit of equity practices, and guidance for strategic planning, this process will kick off the strategic plan.
Thanks for that history, Dr. McPherson.
Thanks for allowing me to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
I didn't have all the historical points, so I appreciate that. Okay, so in this slide, there was supposed to be text there, but you're going to see the process. And basically the process includes, as I had mentioned, the analysis of both qualitative and quantitative data, the focus groups. It's going to include the administration and the analysis of the surveys that currently have been sent out. And again, I had mentioned this, the review of the policies, processes, and including our equity statement and the equity work, all of the resolutions that Dr. McFetrich has brought to Cabrillo Unified. I know that Lisette, we had, when we first started, it was an eye-opener for us that we didn't have a Hispanic Heritage Month proclamation. And so all of these documents we have submitted to the auditor so that they can take a look at what work has been done, and from this point, how can we move forward? Okay, and then here you're just going to see an overview of the types, the target groups that completed this, that are completing the survey, because it's still, I believe it is going to open, it's going to close this Friday, the surveys, because our students needed a little bit of extra time, but the auditors do see that if we have a low number of completion of surveys, they might open it up one more week. You have all our different focus groups. These are groups of about 10 people that will be scheduling the first and second week of December. Possibly it may go until the first week, when we return in January 2023. And then also there will be some individual interviews scheduled. But again, one person has to serve one or the other. They can't serve both of the groups. This is a little bit about the equity audit, not the strategic planning group. And here, and I know it's super small, but what you're going to see is the process. So in between August and now November, we have engaged in data analysis, document analysis, and planning of the focus groups. And starting December, this is where the focus groups will be held, mainly via Zoom. The ones in person, we will focus on pushing into our communities, such as Main Street, Moon Ridge, Pillar Ridge. In January, this is where we'll begin our steering committee for strategic planning. And in February, our Insight Education Group will come to present the equity audit final report, so the analysis of all of the reports. And the steering committee will be meeting between January all the way through May, possibly. And in June, Inside Education Group will come back, and after the work of the strategic planning team, that should be about 30 people, a strategic plan will come to board for approval in June. And this is just the overview of the timeline. Any questions you have?
I have a comment public comment before we go to that. This is from Aiden Pulido, a parent. I'll read his comment. The equity survey sent to parents asked, which services does my child receive, and included speech therapy. I stopped filling out the survey there because I found it untrue to move forward. Since school started in August, we have had zero communication with the special ed department, no IEP meetings, and have not even been approached regarding my kindergartner's IEP or speech issues while at El Granada, even though she had an IEP and assessment on file with the speech therapist prior to starting school. During a parent conference, we found out how dire the situation is for our daughter. She rarely, if ever, talks while at school due to her speech issues. This is heartbreaking. I am aware of a virtual therapist being coordinated and find that to be inadequate, and so do the speech therapists we have contacted since giving up on the district to resolve this issue. Please be transparent with parents in the future and do so early so we cannot wait on the school to deliver services so crucial for their learning and harmful if not met.
I do want to speak to this comment because I did see it electronically that we received it, and I did reach out to our Director of Educational Support Services, and I have an email from her about this, and it is true that we've been seeking out this position for this vacancy. Look, I don't want to make comparisons to last year, but last year we had numerous vacancies, and this year we have very few. But this is not something we want. I understand the parents' disappointment and concern. But as I understand it, we do have a virtual therapist ready to take on. That may not be considered what is desired. It's not desired by us too, but these are the things that we're looking, and weeks have been sent searching for this. And there will be a meeting to go over the process this coming week about caseload. And there is an email going out on Monday to introduce the new speech therapist. And all the parents will be contacted by our Director of Educational Support Services. Look, it is not the case that the board will typically respond to individual comments, public comments. In fact, the board bylaws say that they should not. It's not a best practice for boards to comment. But this did come up in the equity presentation as a concern, and it's a concern for people receiving speech therapy services and special education, and Doug Machado spoke to it at the beginning of the meeting. I track these things. And when I heard Doug speak to it, and I'd seen the electronic comment, I sent it to our colleagues. So I just want to say, this isn't something we like. It's not what we would prefer, but it is the state of play. It is where we are at. And I trust my colleague who has been working on this, because she has been speaking to me about this, about, hey, we're going to have to make do with virtual services. That will be determined whether or not that qualifies as free and appropriate public education, or what we'll have to do after that. But there will be contact, and just to talk to the point about transparency, to be completely transparent, I'm basically reading a synopsis of an email I just received about that so that I can be completely transparent with the public in that vein. And I'm sorry that the situation has occurred, but we couldn't find somebody until now. That said, I mean, I'm going to say on the big picture too, what the equity audit should determine really is, look, equity, I think Lizette Cortez was the one who tried to get this in a synopsis for us last year. It's getting people what they need when they need it, right? If we're aiming at college and career preparedness, equity looks different to different people depending on where you stand. But from where we stand, we're trying to get people to be, certainly well, socially, emotionally, have wellness, physical wellness. But we do look at this particularly with racial a lens. with language lens. I could look at Dr. Green's, the acronym I always use, disability, race, gender, religion, nationality, sexual orientation, right? We are going to be looking at this. I know there's another member of the community that I spoke with and emailed today, and she's been emailing the board and other members, political officials, saying their piece about what their equity concerns are. We wanted to provide this presentation tonight to talk about that. These will be about students and families who need more support to be able to be college and career ready. Whether that's English language learners, families of lower socioeconomic status, first-time college goers, students with special learning needs, et cetera, et cetera. I appreciate, Dr. Bhatia, so much that you've taken on the work with this and worked with Yanis and other staff members in the district to talk about the data load. I appreciate that you putting out the surveys. I've heard from some people like, oh God, another survey, but you know, what are we gonna do? We need to ask people what they think. So I appreciate the focus group and survey and the synopsis tonight, which I think was a good synopsis.
Yes, it's like the meat of the audit will come, and you'll see it in February and June. This is kind of just an overview of the process and the timeline, basically. And again, I appreciate the work that Dr. McFetridge has, and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to lead this, because this is one of the reasons why I'm here, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the outcome of the data and seeing how we can continue to close that gap. Thank you.
Leticia, can I just ask a real quick question? Do you have any data yet on how the outreach is going to the Hispanic, Latino, Spanish-speaking population? Because I know that in the past, when we did our last strategic plan and we were in the survey phase, we realized that we were not getting enough of those surveys, and so we then pivoted and brought computers with the surveys to Moonridge and to Main Street and some other areas so that we could increase those numbers. So I just want to kind of recommend, if you don't know exactly where we are now, if we're not where we want to be, before we start to summarize all the data, to make another couple efforts to get that more. Just want to kind of throw that background in.
So I don't have, Inside Education the group does not give me access like before when we were giving the surveys, where we had like by the minute access. A week ago, they did contact me and they did see that the Spanish surveys were not enough. And it did take them, there was a week lag between when the e-surveys came out versus the paper, the translated copies. And so I think that we were at about, a guesstimate, from what I don't have the email in front of me, but about 450 in English, and in Spanish we had, 40. It was a small number. It was under 50. Don't quote me on the number yet. But that is why we are doing an outreach at all bilingual meetings. Last night at the DLAC, we had paper copies, and I think Erin and Hilda, our community liaison, they were proactive in that. It didn't even need to ask, they had, because we have asked all the sites to send out the paper copy as well to the at-promise group. So socioeconomically disadvantaged, which is actually a bigger group than our ELs, Hispanic, Latinx, and English learners. So I have a meeting on Monday, and we have weekly meetings, and that's when they give me the update on the status. But yes, if we see that the number has not increased, at that point, we definitely will see if we can extend, because we have really until December, and so we'll continue to work with our community liaisons for an increased drive to get the input from our at-promise community.
Just to respond to you too, Freya, I think is a very important concern. We need to hear the voices, particularly of folks that we know we need to serve better. And I would also say that I would always err on the risk of, just to manage your expectations as my 5 bosses, my future boss, I would always err on not serving it unless it's cooked. I would prefer us taking times and saying, hey, we have these timelines, but guess what? We need to go back and fix it. And I got to tell you, that's emblematic of the conversation we just had with the El Granada community right here in this room, which is, hey, it's not fixed. It's still work to be done. Let's keep talking about what needs to be talked about.
So I just want to add to that point, I think it's important to also consider other methodology besides written, be it computer or in writing. Phone interviews can be very effective, and I know that's something that we've heard from our community liaisons works well. When they call somebody on the phone, they get them, hey, can I have 5 minutes of your time? Ask them the questions really like right quick. And it doesn't need to be your liaisons. I realize they're very busy, but even if we somehow add some budget to this project to get like, it's not expensive to get people to ask these questions by phone, then that could be another means by which we get the input, even if it's in a different but more useful means. So I just want to throw that out there when you're speaking with Insight Education, is just consider it's not written, because that can be a barrier. And I definitely wanted to hear from Lizette on that point as well. I had 3 other questions just to throw out there too, like with that one slide that was missing the assessment process slide, if it's possible to repost that with that slide completed, I think that would be helpful for us and for the public to have. I know you talked about like these two, the writing, but it's only part of it. I know. Yeah.
Yeah, that slide, we will
It just
definitely.
looks like a technical glitch.
And there's no violation of Brown Act for us
Yeah.
to provide the slide that was missed, and
Yeah.
somehow that slid down to the bottom.
However you can appropriately do that, that would be really helpful. It looks like the strategic plan timeline like aligns with the LCAP timeline too, which I think is also really good, because those two should be like, there should be a pretty clear line of sight, if not like just really substantive alignment between those two plans. My last question is, what kind of data are you looking at? I'm just curious. Like you mentioned Giannis, I know he does like more quantitative stuff.
It's
Pretty broad.
detailed.
Yeah.
We're not the Ds and Fs. I did not ask for Ds and Fs, but we were looking at attendance by demographic data, graduation data, A through G. We're looking, of course, LPAC, assessment data, SBAC data. We also are all by demographic, right? So all demographic, local data they did not ask, but similar. I would say 90% of the LCAP data was included there, so it was easier for us to look at that. And we're also looking at teacher data, racial, ethnic backgrounds of staffing. We're looking, and I'm sorry, I don't have that information in front of me, but I can share that later.
No, sorry to
but
put, I
it's
didn't
pretty-
want to put you on the
it's
spot, just
pretty-
trying to get a sense of like how extensive of a data analysis.
And then the policies as well. We had many of our staff, all of our departments update any critical policies and communication. Of course, our major plans, such as the LCAP, the single plans, all of those documents have very detailed data pieces as well. I did say attendance, right? We said attendance, parent participation.
You'd have disciplinary data.
Yeah, disciplinary data, yes.
Special education assignment data.
Correct.
But a lot of data, I got to say, a lot of the data that Insight Education uses, this is a standardized data package. They're going to do that. They're going to ask us for this data. We have to find that data. Thank you, Dr. Bhatia, for working with a host of people in the district office. and making sure that they get you what they need, which was great. But there's a lot in their process.
Yeah, that whole data process probably took us about 3 weeks on average, and it was all of our departments that really helped in pulling that information. Adoptions as well, curriculum adoptions was included as well.
Yeah, it all looks great, and it's finally happening, because like Dr. McFetridge said, when we were involved, basically it's giving the students what they need when they need it, and that looks very different, and that's very, it's not as easy, right? So knowing what the needs are and trying to figure out if, how we're gonna meet them to help them. But I do agree that there's gonna be a lot of extra work and creativity to get these filled out from the Latino community, just because it's for very different reasons, people don't have access to it or are not able to fill them out. And I think just connecting, like you guys did a great job doing them for the ELAC meetings, maybe going to the Boys and Girls Club and having somebody do that, because they have a big, a lot of our kids attend that program, and they get dropped off and picked up from the parents. Another great time is like the elementary schools at the AM pickup, but it's gonna be that kind of like hard, work that needs to happen. And, I wouldn't mind helping, but I think it will have to come down to like how we're gonna do this. Because it's, and to have just some regular outsider come and just walk around. I mean, it just has to be very effective, and it has to be planned. And so hopefully, I mean, I'm willing to help as much as I can help you, because I think it's very important.
Well, to that point, I think that's a great point of like meeting families where they are, maybe even hiring some parents to help out with that process, like just as a contractual basis, to be there on those hot spots that we know and drop off and pick up, or, especially for the elementary schools is like a big one. Boys and Girls Club for Cunha is another one. A little bit less at the high school, it's a little bit less parent on site, but that's where you do phone calls. I think this is gonna have to be like getting creative.
Yeah, multifaceted. And I know the principals have, because we have sent out a couple of emails to say we need
but it's
all
just
hands on
emails.
deck.
Yeah.
To pass these out, and they have been. I'll know on Monday to see what our percentage is
getting
after
creative.
this first round of.
And we have a lot of community partners, and we could definitely, try and have them support us. We have people we know at the public library. We have, folks at with Big Lift. We also have Alas. I think at Endida has the parent engagement part. It's definitely gonna have to be extended, the period to collect these, but I think it can be done. There will be a lot of work, and I am more than willing to help in any way I can.
And what the Inside Education group told me is that they can overlap. The collection of the surveys can overlap with starting the strategic plan. And if we need to push the strategic plan to February, there still will be enough time to analyze the data, because we still have November and December, so.
So another question for Dr. McFetridge too. You mentioned kind of some communications with other agency officials and government officials. I think that while we're focused here on equity in our schools, I think it is important, and I think we are thinking about it, as that being one piece of equity in our community more broadly. And I think there have been opportunities for partnership with our friends at the city of Half Moon Bay, with our friends at the county, around equity for health care access. And we saw that a lot during the pandemic, where there were a lot of efforts, partnering with Department of Health around the COVID pandemic. But the big elephant in the room is housing. And I'm, really grateful that there are conversations with our partners at the city and beyond to address that elephant in the room that is hard. If we think about like Maslow's rules, right? Like you can't learn if you're constantly worried you're going to like lose your home, or you don't have adequate housing. So I'm really grateful for that partnership and that collaboration where we kind of work with those partners in nonprofits, but also in other city and county agencies to address that bigger issue of equity.
Well, I mean, just on that interagency collaboration piece, I mean, we were at the Big Lift meeting this morning, which represents like a huge investment from the county and from the feds, actually, over the last 10 years in early literacy, which is completely about equity. And our goal and what we discussed in the meeting was full-day preschool opportunities for those who need it, full-day transitional kindergarten. Thank you to our TK teachers. Thank you to Dr. Bhatia. Thank you to our negotiation team and to our teachers. Full-day kindergarten, early childhood access. So a lot of that is interagency collaboration. It's the county, it's federal government. The city is interested again in picking up a 2+2 meeting. We let these lapse during COVID because everybody was kind of trying to figure out that. So with Matthew Chittister now as the new city manager, and as John Dowdy as the interim deputy city manager, both have had discussions with me about getting the 2+2 committee. And once we organize next month the new board and bring our new board member, Carmen, in and figure out what the positions are going to be, the new president and new vice president of the board, of course, would be slated to be on those 2+2 committees so that we could speak to the city, certainly about shared interests like housing, about ways that the city and the district can work together. I have a meeting next week, I believe, with, or maybe it's, I think it's next week, with Matthew Chittister and with Eddie Bailey from Park and Rec, because of course Park and Rec, we've been working with them to open up facilities to the city so they can manage it, just like we have with a Boys and Girls Club. So we continue to try to provide our services. I'll say that we still are in the throes of creating our MOU internally for the community hub, but Corinne Bucher of CEF, Jill Jacobson of Boys and Girls Club, Belinda Arriaga and Pat Cabrillo of ALAS, Dr. Taylor Mendoza from the college, College of San Mateo, they're all working on creating services over there at the community hub right over here too. So, and the library, where do I stop with the partners? The PTOs, I think, always get mad at me if I don't include them. They're so important to us. So I think it will be continuing to talk about a community team working on getting the kids who need it the most what they need when they need it.
So I appreciate the presentation, and I know the hour is late and Gloria needs to go to bed. We've spent little time on I appreciate the timeline for the steering committee. A couple of questions. Is there representation for visual and performing arts from parents in the community there at all?
Not working, oh.
Okay.
No, they're not asking for representation from particular, subjects or areas. What they are asking for demographic representation, and they're asking for, they don't want a science teacher and a math teacher. They want more a secondary teacher that's racially balanced.
Okay, but so is our strategic planning strictly on equity, not for overall programming?
The equity
We're talking about the equity audit.
The equity audit is the first step, and then that data capture will lead into strategic planning. No, I understand that as a...
This is the presentation for all of it, so I thought this was
That's fair. No, that's a fair question. I'm not trying to cause any...
I'm just tired and cranky.
Bless you, Kim. Look, this is... If you looked at the update really on the slide that Leticia prepared at my request of the timeline, you'll see that we were focusing first on the equity audit. So her answer was about the equity audit. Certainly the strategic planning process will entail other actions that we might take in order to deliver a better district.
Will we have any Q&A or input before we see a final strategic plan?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
No, absolutely. Look, this is going to be a long process. There are going to be a lot of questions. Rome wasn't invented in a day. We wanted to give you an overview. And thank you, Dr. Bhatia. We wanted to give you an overview of what to expect. And we know there's going to be a lot of questions, but we're on the road to find out. And I ask everyone to remain patient, to assume best intentions, and we will get there.
So I guess there's no more questions. We couldn't let Freya off with less than a 5-hour meeting on her last night. So no, there's no closed sessions.
There is no closed session tonight, so you're off the hook.
You're off the hook. Okay, so future events, November 11th, tomorrow, Veterans Day holiday, all sites are closed. November 15th, the Facilities Bond and Parcel Tax Citizens Oversight Committee meeting via Zoom at 6:30 PM. November 21st through 25th is Thanksgiving recess. There is no school. December 13th, my birthday. Always there's a meeting on my birthday. Always. No matter what industry I'm in. Change the meeting so it's not on my birthday. Hey, I expect a party. People.
We'll get you cupcakes.
Okay, yeah, cupcake. Annual, December 13th, annual organizational meeting and regular board meeting, Cunha Intermediate School multipurpose room right here, 6 PM. I will make a motion to adjourn the meeting, and I think we should let someone else second it as their last duty if she wants to.
Freya seconds.
Thank you, Mary Beth. Thank you, Freya. All in favor, please say aye. Thank you all.